Welcome to Mysterious Sleep Tales after a tiring and stressful day. Here, calming stories and peaceful atmospheres encourage you to drift off to sleep. Now, make yourself comfortable in your bed or your favorite armchair. Close your eyes if you wish. Take a slow, deep breath and let the worries of the day gradually fade away. Let my voice gently guide you to sleep, a place where imagination flows gently and dreams patiently await to begin. The winter evening had begun its descent over London well before the cathedral bells marked the hour of 5. In the narrow streets south of Holborn, where the buildings leaned toward one another as though sharing confidences across the cobblestones, the light withdrew slowly, reluctantly, leaving behind a pale gray wash that softened every sharp edge and made familiar corners seem newly mysterious. The air held that particular quality of a January afternoon when frost has touched the morning and never quite released its hold, when breath makes small clouds and the cold settles into the bones of old buildings as naturally as dust settles into their corners. On Grape Street, which ran in a gentle curve between larger thoroughfares and never saw much traffic beyond the residents and tradespeople who knew it well, a bookshop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building whose upper stories housed a tailor's workshop and, above that, rooms let to a clerk who worked at one of the insurance offices near Chancery Lane. The building had stood there since before anyone living could remember, its bricks darkened by decades of coal smoke, its windows slightly crooked in their frames, giving the whole structure a settled, comfortable air, like an old man who has found his chair and has no intention of moving from it. The bookshop's front window, though modest in size, held an arrangement of volumes that changed with the seasons, though not with any great regularity. Just now it displayed several leather-bound sets of sermons, a collection of botanical illustrations whose spine had faded from green to a soft gray-green, 3 volumes of travels in the Orient with gilt lettering still bright enough to catch what little light remained, and a small stack of novels that had been popular a decade earlier and now rested in patient obscurity, waiting for readers who might appreciate stories that were no longer fashionable but remained perfectly sound. The door itself was painted a deep blue-green, the color of water in the shade of trees, and bore a brass handle that had been polished smooth by countless hands. Above it, a bell hung on a curved piece of metal, ready to announce each visitor with a sound that was neither loud nor intrusive, but simply present, a small musical note that informed the shop's owner that the world beyond his threshold had something to offer him. Inside, the shop revealed itself in layers, like a story that unfolds slowly and rewards patience. The front room was not large. Perhaps a dozen paces would carry you from the door to the counter at the back, and no more than 8 paces separated the walls on either side. But within this modest space, the shelves rose from floor to ceiling, interrupted only by the window, the door, and a small fireplace whose grate now held the last coals of the afternoon's fire, glowing with a steady, undemanding warmth that asked nothing but to be occasionally fed a lump of coal from the scuttle that sat beside it. The shelves themselves were of dark wood, oak perhaps, or maybe walnut, though they had long since settled into a uniform darkness that owed as much to age and the gentle accumulation of dust as to their original stain. They did not match one another precisely. The bookseller, whose name was Mr. Thornbury, had acquired them over the years from various sources, and he had fitted them into the available space with more attention to their capacity than to their aesthetic harmony. Some had ornamental flourishes at their tops, carved leaves or simple scrollwork. Others ended in plain, square edges. But all of them held books, and held them well, and that was what mattered. The books themselves presented a landscape of colors and textures that would have delighted a patient observer. Browns predominated, the deep browns of calf leather and the lighter browns of buckram cloth, punctuated by the occasional spine of green or blue or burgundy. Gilt lettering caught the light where it existed, announcing titles and authors in script that ranged from the ornate to the severely plain. Some volumes stood upright, pressed shoulder to shoulder like passengers in an omnibus. Others lay on their sides in small stacks where shelf space had run short. A few of the larger books reclined at angles, propped against their neighbors, too tall to stand properly and too important to be banished to some less visible location. The smell of the shop was particular and unmistakable. It was the smell of old paper, certainly, that slightly sweet, slightly musty scent that comes from wood pulp and linen rag paper aging quietly in still air. But it was also the smell of leather, of the oils and waxes used to treat and preserve the bindings, and beneath that, the faintest trace of coal smoke that had worked its way into every surface over the years, and perhaps too the smell of ink, though that might have been imagined, a scent conjured by the presence of so many printed pages rather than by any actual molecules floating in the air. Mr. Thornbury stood behind the counter, which was not actually a counter in the modern sense but rather a large table that had been pressed into service for that purpose. Its surface bore the marks of its long employment, ink stains that had become permanent features, small scratches and dents whose origins were long forgotten, and a general patina that spoke of respectful use rather than careful preservation. Upon this surface rested the tools of his trade. A ledger bound in brown leather, its pages covered with neat columns of figures, a blotter, ink-stained beyond redemption but still serviceable, several pens resting in a brass holder, and a small lamp with a glass chimney that he had lit perhaps half an hour earlier, when the natural light had begun to fail. The bookseller himself was a man in his early 60s, though he might have been anywhere from 55 to 70, for he had the sort of face that settles into a comfortable middle age and then remains there for a long time. His hair, gray and thinning, receded from a broad forehead that bore the permanent slight furrow of a man who spends his days in concentrated thought. His eyes, behind spectacles that sat slightly crooked on his nose, were a mild brown, the color of weak tea, and held an expression of patient attention that seemed to suggest he was always listening for something just beyond the edge of hearing. He wore a suit that had been good quality when purchased, but that had been many years ago, and now the wool showed its age in a slight shininess at the elbows and a general comfortable looseness that came from fabric that had given up any pretense of holding a sharp crease. His waistcoat was buttoned over a shirt whose collar bore evidence of having been turned at least once, a common economy in households where money must be managed with care. A watch chain crossed his middle, leading to a watch that kept reasonable time and that he consulted perhaps once every hour, not because he needed to know the precise minute, but because the gesture itself was a kind of punctuation to his day, a small ritual that marked the passage of time without requiring him to be ruled by it. Just now, he was engaged in the process of closing the shop for the evening, though closing was perhaps too definitive a word for what he actually did. It was more accurate to say that he was preparing the shop for night, settling it down as one might settle a house or a child, making sure that everything was in its proper place and that the transition from day to night would proceed smoothly and without disturbance. He moved from the front of the shop toward the back, his steps slow and measured, making small adjustments as he went. A book that protruded too far from its shelf was pushed gently back into alignment with its fellows. A small stack of pamphlets on a side table was straightened. The cushion on the single chair reserved for customers who wished to sit and browse was plumped slightly, though it would receive no more visitors this evening. These were small gestures, barely necessary, but they were part of the rhythm of his day, and their familiarity brought him a quiet satisfaction. At the window, he paused to look out at the street. The gas lamp directly opposite had not yet been lit, though the lamplighter would come soon. Mr. Thornbury had seen him earlier, working his way up the street with his ladder and his long pole, a cheerful man whose whistle carried clearly in the cold air. The lamp outside the bookshop would be last on this section of the street, and Mr. Thornbury always waited to see it lit before he drew the curtain across the window, a small courtesy to the light that would keep watch over the shop through the night. The street itself was quiet at this hour. Most of the day's business was done. The costermonger who sold vegetables from a barrow at the corner had packed up his remaining stock and wheeled his barrow away, leaving behind only a scatter of cabbage leaves and a few crushed turnips that would be swept up by the crossing sweeper in the morning. The small beer shop 3 doors down had its lamps lit, and through its windows Mr. Thornbury could see the shapes of men standing at the bar, their voices a low murmur that reached him only as a general sense of human presence rather than as distinct words. A woman hurried past, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, her head down against the cold. She carried a basket covered with a cloth, likely containing her marketing for the evening's dinner. Behind her came a boy, no more than 10 or 12, leading a much smaller child by the hand, both of them moving with the determined pace of children who know they should be home before full dark but who have tarried slightly too long at some diversion and must now hurry to avoid scolding. Mr. Thornbury watched them pass, then turned his attention back to the interior of the shop. The fire in the grate had burned down to coals, and he knelt before it, taking up the poker to shift them slightly, opening spaces between them to allow air to circulate. Then he took one modest lump of coal from the scuttle and placed it carefully among the coals, not at the center where it might smother the existing fire, but slightly to one side, where the heat could reach it gradually and coax it into burning. The coal would keep the fire alive through the evening, providing a gentle warmth that would prevent the damp from settling too deeply into the shop's bones, though he would let it die down before he went upstairs to his own rooms, for coal was not cheap and must be used with consideration. As he rose from his knees, a small sound made him turn toward the door. The bell had given its characteristic small chime, and a customer had entered, bringing with him a gust of cold air and the smell of the street, that mixture of horse and coal smoke and the general scent of a city in winter. The man who stood just inside the door was perhaps 40, dressed in the sober clothing of a clerk or a schoolmaster, his coat brushed but showing wear at the cuffs, his hat held in his hands with the automatic courtesy of a man who had been taught proper manners and saw no reason to abandon them. "Good evening," Mr. Thornbury said, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the small space. "You are welcome, sir. I hope the cold has not troubled you too greatly." "Good evening," the customer replied, nodding slightly. "The cold is remarkable, but I have not far to walk. I wonder," he hesitated, and Mr. Thornbury waited patiently, for he had learned long ago that people often needed a moment to find the words for what they wanted, especially when what they wanted was not entirely clear even to themselves. "I wonder if you might have anything on the subject of bird watching. My brother has developed an interest, you see, and I thought perhaps a book might encourage him." "Bird watching," Mr. Thornbury repeated, as though considering the question with great seriousness. "A worthy pursuit. I believe I may have something that would serve." He moved toward one of the side shelves, running his finger along the spines with the intimate knowledge of someone who has arranged these books himself and knows their locations by a kind of muscle memory that requires no conscious thought. "Here we are," he said after a moment, drawing out a modest volume bound in green cloth. "A naturalist's observations, published perhaps 10 years ago. It covers the common birds of England and includes some illustrations, though they are not in color. The author is thorough without being tedious, which is perhaps the highest compliment one can pay to a writer on such subjects. He handed the book to the customer, who opened it carefully, turning the pages with the attention of someone who respects books and handles them accordingly. The illustrations were indeed present, simple black and white engravings that captured the essential character of their subjects without unnecessary embellishment. A robin sat on a branch, its round body and alert posture rendered in clean lines. A sparrow pecked at something on the ground. A blackbird regarded the viewer with one eye, its beak slightly open as though it had been interrupted in the middle of a song. "This will do very well," the customer said after a moment. "What is your price?" Mr. Thornbury named a sum that was modest but not insulting to the book's quality. The customer agreed without haggling, which marked him as either a person of means or someone who valued books sufficiently to pay fairly for them, or perhaps both. Money changed hands, the transaction recorded in the ledger with a careful notation of the date and the title, and the book wrapped in a piece of brown paper that Mr. Thornbury tied with string from a large ball that sat beneath the counter. "I hope your brother finds pleasure in it," Mr. Thornbury said, handing over the parcel. "I am certain he will," the customer replied. "Thank you for your assistance. Good evening." "Good evening, sir." The bell chimed again as the customer departed, and Mr. Thornbury was left alone once more with his books and his quiet shop. He returned to the ledger, entering the transaction in his careful hand, noting the amount in the column dedicated to that day's receipts. The sum was not large, but it was respectable. There had been 3 other sales during the day. A set of Scott novels to a lady who had been seeking something to read during her convalescence, a prayer book to a young man preparing for confirmation, and a technical volume on surveying to a gentleman who had not explained his purpose but who had seemed to know exactly what he wanted. Together, these sales represented a solid if unspectacular day. They would cover the rent on the shop, which was not exorbitant, and leave something toward the other expenses. Coal, candles, the occasional necessity of purchasing new stock from the estates of deceased collectors or from other booksellers looking to reduce their inventory. There would be a modest amount left over, enough for Mr. Thornbury to maintain his simple life in the rooms above the shop, where his needs were few and his pleasures were primarily of the sort that cost nothing. Reading by his own fire, preparing simple meals on his small stove, occasionally attending a lecture at one of the nearby institutes where a shilling would purchase admission to an evening's instruction on history or natural philosophy. He was not a wealthy man, nor had he ever aspired to be. The bookshop provided him with what he needed. A livelihood that was honest and that engaged his mind, a place in the world that felt properly his own, and the company of books, which had always seemed to him more reliable and less demanding than the company of most people. He had never married, though there had been a young woman, many years ago, who might have become his wife had circumstances been different. But circumstances had been what they were, and she had married another man, and Mr. Thornbury had consoled himself with the thought that perhaps he had never been quite suited to the compromises and intimacies of married life. He was, he thought, constitutionally solitary, finding his greatest contentment in the hours spent alone with a book or in the quiet satisfactions of his work. The gas lamp outside chose that moment to flicker into life, and Mr. Thornbury looked up to see the lamplighter standing on his ladder, adjusting something at the top of the lamp with practiced efficiency. The man caught his eye through the window and raised one hand in a small wave, which Mr. Thornbury returned with a slight nod. The lamplighter descended his ladder, collapsed it with a few quick movements, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and moved on down the street, his whistle resuming as he went. The light from the gas lamp cast a warm glow on the pavement, though it did not reach far. Gas lamps in London, for all the progress they represented over oil lamps and candles, still provided only modest illumination, creating small pools of light separated by stretches of deeper shadow. But the light was enough to mark the entrance to the bookshop, to make it visible to anyone passing in the evening, and that was sufficient. Mr. Thornbury moved to the window and drew the curtain across it, not entirely closing it, but pulling it far enough that the interior of the shop was shielded from casual observation while still allowing the lamp on the counter to be visible from the street, a small beacon that suggested warmth and welcome even though the shop was closed. He had always liked this moment, this transition from the public day to the private evening, when the shop became entirely his own and he could move through it without the possibility of interruption. He returned to the counter and began the evening's accounting, not the simple recording of sales that he had done throughout the day, but the more detailed work of reconciling his various ledgers, noting expenses, calculating what remained in the small tin box where he kept the shop's working capital. The figures required attention but not much calculation, for the amounts involved were modest and the arithmetic was simple. Still, he moved through the work with care, double-checking his sums, making sure that each entry was legible and properly dated. These ledgers would be needed when it came time to pay his quarterly rent, and beyond that, they were a record of the shop's life, a kind of autobiography written in columns of figures rather than in narrative prose. Welcome to mysterious sleep tales after a tiring and stressful day. Here, calming stories and peaceful atmospheres encourage you to drift off to sleep. Now, make yourself comfortable in your bed or your favorite armchair. Close your eyes if you wish. Take a slow, deep breath and let the worries of the day gradually fade away. Let my voice gently guide you to sleep, a place where imagination flows gently and dreams patiently await to begin. The winter evening had begun its descent over London well before the cathedral bells marked the hour of 5. In the narrow streets south of Holborn, where the buildings leaned toward one another as though sharing confidences across the cobblestones, the light withdrew slowly, reluctantly, leaving behind a pale grey wash that softened every sharp edge and made familiar corners seem newly mysterious. The air held that particular quality of a January afternoon when frost has touched the morning and never quite released its hold, when breath makes small clouds and the cold settles into the bones of old buildings as naturally as dust settles into their corners. On Grape Street, which ran in a gentle curve between larger thoroughfares and never saw much traffic beyond the residents and tradespeople who knew it well, a bookshop occupied the ground floor of a narrow building whose upper stories housed a tailor's workshop and, above that, rooms let to a clerk who worked at one of the insurance offices near Chancery Lane. The building had stood there since before anyone living could remember, its bricks darkened by decades of coal smoke, its windows slightly crooked in their frames, giving the whole structure a settled, comfortable air, like an old man who has found his chair and has no intention of moving from it. The bookshop's front window, though modest in size, held an arrangement of volumes that changed with the seasons, though not with any great regularity. Just now it displayed several leather-bound sets of sermons, a collection of botanical illustrations whose spine had faded from green to a soft gray-green, 3 volumes of travels in the Orient with gilt lettering still bright enough to catch what little light remained, and a small stack of novels that had been popular a decade earlier and now rested in patient obscurity, waiting for readers who might appreciate stories that were no longer fashionable but remained perfectly sound. The door itself was painted a deep blue-green, the color of water in the shade of trees, and bore a brass handle that had been polished smooth by countless hands. Above it, a bell hung on a curved piece of metal, ready to announce each visitor with a sound that was neither loud nor intrusive, but simply present, a small musical note that informed the shop's owner that the world beyond his threshold had something to offer him. Inside, the shop revealed itself in layers, like a story that unfolds slowly and rewards patience. The front room was not large. Perhaps a dozen paces would carry you from the door to the counter at the back, and no more than 8 paces separated the walls on either side. But within this modest space, the shelves rose from floor to ceiling, interrupted only by the window, the door, and a small fireplace whose grate now held the last coals of the afternoon's fire, glowing with a steady, undemanding warmth that asked nothing but to be occasionally fed a lump of coal from the scuttle that sat beside it. The shelves themselves were of dark wood, oak perhaps, or maybe walnut, though they had long since settled into a uniform darkness that owed as much to age and the gentle accumulation of dust as to their original stain. They did not match one another precisely. The bookseller, whose name was Mr. Thornbury, had acquired them over the years from various sources, and he had fitted them into the available space with more attention to their capacity than to their aesthetic harmony. Some had ornamental flourishes at their tops, carved leaves or simple scrollwork. Others ended in plain, square edges. But all of them held books, and held them well, and that was what mattered. The books themselves presented a landscape of colors and textures that would have delighted a patient observer. Browns predominated, the deep browns of calf leather and the lighter browns of buckram cloth, punctuated by the occasional spine of green or blue or burgundy. Gilt lettering caught the light where it existed, announcing titles and authors in script that ranged from the ornate to the severely plain. Some volumes stood upright, pressed shoulder to shoulder like passengers in an omnibus. Others lay on their sides in small stacks where shelf space had run short. A few of the larger books reclined at angles, propped against their neighbors, too tall to stand properly and too important to be banished to some less visible location. The smell of the shop was particular and unmistakable. It was the smell of old paper, certainly, that slightly sweet, slightly musty scent that comes from wood pulp and linen rag paper aging quietly in still air. But it was also the smell of leather, of the oils and waxes used to treat and preserve the bindings, and beneath that, the faintest trace of coal smoke that had worked its way into every surface over the years, and perhaps too the smell of ink, though that might have been imagined, a scent conjured by the presence of so many printed pages rather than by any actual molecules floating in the air. Mr. Thornbury stood behind the counter, which was not actually a counter in the modern sense but rather a large table that had been pressed into service for that purpose. Its surface bore the marks of its long employment, ink stains that had become permanent features, small scratches and dents whose origins were long forgotten, and a general patina that spoke of respectful use rather than careful preservation. Upon this surface rested the tools of his trade. A ledger bound in brown leather, its pages covered with neat columns of figures, a blotter, ink-stained beyond redemption but still serviceable, several pens resting in a brass holder, and a small lamp with a glass chimney that he had lit perhaps half an hour earlier, when the natural light had begun to fail. The bookseller himself was a man in his early 60s, though he might have been anywhere from 55 to 70, for he had the sort of face that settles into a comfortable middle age and then remains there for a long time. His hair, gray and thinning, receded from a broad forehead that bore the permanent slight furrow of a man who spends his days in concentrated thought. His eyes, behind spectacles that sat slightly crooked on his nose, were a mild brown, the color of weak tea, and held an expression of patient attention that seemed to suggest he was always listening for something just beyond the edge of hearing. He wore a suit that had been good quality when purchased, but that had been many years ago, and now the wool showed its age in a slight shininess at the elbows and a general comfortable looseness that came from fabric that had given up any pretense of holding a sharp crease. His waistcoat was buttoned over a shirt whose collar bore evidence of having been turned at least once, a common economy in households where money must be managed with care. A watch chain crossed his middle, leading to a watch that kept reasonable time and that he consulted perhaps once every hour, not because he needed to know the precise minute, but because the gesture itself was a kind of punctuation to his day, a small ritual that marked the passage of time without requiring him to be ruled by it. Just now, he was engaged in the process of closing the shop for the evening, though closing was perhaps too definitive a word for what he actually did. It was more accurate to say that he was preparing the shop for night, settling it down as one might settle a house or a child, making sure that everything was in its proper place and that the transition from day to night would proceed smoothly and without disturbance. He moved from the front of the shop toward the back, his steps slow and measured, making small adjustments as he went. A book that protruded too far from its shelf was pushed gently back into alignment with its fellows. A small stack of pamphlets on a side table was straightened. The cushion on the single chair reserved for customers who wished to sit and browse was plumped slightly, though it would receive no more visitors this evening. These were small gestures, barely necessary, but they were part of the rhythm of his day, and their familiarity brought him a quiet satisfaction. At the window, he paused to look out at the street. The gas lamp directly opposite had not yet been lit, though the lamplighter would come soon. Mr. Thornbury had seen him earlier, working his way up the street with his ladder and his long pole, a cheerful man whose whistle carried clearly in the cold air. The lamp outside the bookshop would be last on this section of the street, and Mr. Thornbury always waited to see it lit before he drew the curtain across the window, a small courtesy to the light that would keep watch over the shop through the night. The street itself was quiet at this hour. Most of the day's business was done. The costermonger who sold vegetables from a barrow at the corner had packed up his remaining stock and wheeled his barrow away, leaving behind only a scatter of cabbage leaves and a few crushed turnips that would be swept up by the crossing sweeper in the morning. The small beer shop 3 doors down had its lamps lit, and through its windows Mr. Thornbury could see the shapes of men standing at the bar, their voices a low murmur that reached him only as a general sense of human presence rather than as distinct words. A woman hurried past, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, her head down against the cold. She carried a basket covered with a cloth, likely containing her marketing for the evening's dinner. Behind her came a boy, no more than 10 or 12, leading a much smaller child by the hand, both of them moving with the determined pace of children who know they should be home before full dark but who have tarried slightly too long at some diversion and must now hurry to avoid scolding. Mr. Thornbury watched them pass, then turned his attention back to the interior of the shop. The fire in the grate had burned down to coals, and he knelt before it, taking up the poker to shift them slightly, opening spaces between them to allow air to circulate. Then he took one modest lump of coal from the scuttle and placed it carefully among the coals, not at the center where it might smother the existing fire, but slightly to one side, where the heat could reach it gradually and coax it into burning. The coal would keep the fire alive through the evening, providing a gentle warmth that would prevent the damp from settling too deeply into the shop's bones, though he would let it die down before he went upstairs to his own rooms, for coal was not cheap and must be used with consideration. As he rose from his knees, a small sound made him turn toward the door. The bell had given its characteristic small chime, and a customer had entered, bringing with him a gust of cold air and the smell of the street, that mixture of horse and coal smoke and the general scent of a city in winter. The man who stood just inside the door was perhaps 40, dressed in the sober clothing of a clerk or a schoolmaster, his coat brushed but showing wear at the cuffs, his hat held in his hands with the automatic courtesy of a man who had been taught proper manners and saw no reason to abandon them. "Good evening," Mr. Thornbury said, his voice quiet but carrying clearly in the small space. "You are welcome, sir. I hope the cold has not troubled you too greatly." "Good evening," the customer replied, nodding slightly. "The cold is remarkable, but I have not far to walk. I wonder," he hesitated, and Mr. Thornbury waited patiently, for he had learned long ago that people often needed a moment to find the words for what they wanted, especially when what they wanted was not entirely clear even to themselves. "I wonder if you might have anything on the subject of bird watching. My brother has developed an interest, you see, and I thought perhaps a book might encourage him." "Bird watching," Mr. Thornbury repeated, as though considering the question with great seriousness. "A worthy pursuit. I believe I may have something that would serve." He moved toward one of the side shelves, running his finger along the spines with the intimate knowledge of someone who has arranged these books himself and knows their locations by a kind of muscle memory that requires no conscious thought. "Here we are," he said after a moment, drawing out a modest volume bound in green cloth. "A Naturalist's Observations, published perhaps 10 years ago. It covers the common birds of England and includes some illustrations, though they are not in color. The author is thorough without being tedious, which is perhaps the highest compliment one can pay to a writer on such subjects." He handed the book to the customer, who opened it carefully, turning the pages with the attention of someone who respects books and handles them accordingly. The illustrations were indeed present, simple black and white engravings that captured the essential character of their subjects without unnecessary embellishment. A robin sat on a branch, its round body and alert posture rendered in clean lines. A sparrow pecked at something on the ground. A blackbird regarded the viewer with one eye, its beak slightly open as though it had been interrupted in the middle of a song. "This will do very well," the customer said after a moment. "What is your price?" Mr. Thornbury named a sum that was modest but not insulting to the book's quality. The customer agreed without haggling, which marked him as either a person of means or someone who valued books sufficiently to pay fairly for them, or perhaps both. Money changed hands, the transaction recorded in the ledger with a careful notation of the date and the title, and the book wrapped in a piece of brown paper that Mr. Thornbury tied with string from a large ball that sat beneath the counter. "I hope your brother finds pleasure in it," Mr. Thornbury said, handing over the parcel. "I am certain he will," the customer replied. "Thank you for your assistance. Good evening." "Good evening, sir." The bell chimed again as the customer departed, and Mr. Thornbury was left alone once more with his books and his quiet shop. He returned to the ledger, entering the transaction in his careful hand, noting the amount in the column dedicated to that day's receipts. The sum was not large, but it was respectable. There had been 3 other sales during the day. A set of Scott novels to a lady who had been seeking something to read during her convalescence, a prayer book to a young man preparing for confirmation, and a technical volume on surveying to a gentleman who had not explained his purpose but who had seemed to know exactly what he wanted. Together, these sales represented a solid if unspectacular day. They would cover the rent on the shop, which was not exorbitant, and leave something toward the other expenses. Coal, candles, the occasional necessity of purchasing new stock from the estates of deceased collectors or from other booksellers looking to reduce their inventory. There would be a modest amount left over, enough for Mr. Thornbury to maintain his simple life in the rooms above the shop, where his needs were few and his pleasures were primarily of the sort that cost nothing. Reading by his own fire, preparing simple meals on his small stove, occasionally attending a lecture at one of the nearby institutes where a shilling would purchase admission to an evening's instruction on history or natural philosophy. He was not a wealthy man, nor had he ever aspired to be. The bookshop provided him with what he needed. A livelihood that was honest and that engaged his mind, a place in the world that felt properly his own, and the company of books, which had always seemed to him more reliable and less demanding than the company of most people. He had never married, though there had been a young woman, many years ago, who might have become his wife had circumstances been different. But circumstances had been what they were, and she had married another man, and Mr. Thornbury had consoled himself with the thought that perhaps he had never been quite suited to the compromises and intimacies of married life. He was, he thought, constitutionally solitary, finding his greatest contentment in the hours spent alone with a book or in the quiet satisfactions of his work. The gas lamp outside chose that moment to flicker into life, and Mr. Thornbury looked up to see the lamplighter standing on his ladder, adjusting something at the top of the lamp with practiced efficiency. The man caught his eye through the window and raised one hand in a small wave, which Mr. Thornbury returned with a slight nod. The lamplighter descended his ladder, collapsed it with a few quick movements, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and moved on down the street, his whistle resuming as he went. The light from the gas lamp cast a warm glow on the pavement, though it did not reach far. Gas lamps in London, for all the progress they represented over oil lamps and candles, still provided only modest illumination, creating small pools of light separated by stretches of deeper shadow. But the light was enough to mark the entrance to the bookshop, to make it visible to anyone passing in the evening, and that was sufficient. Mr. Thornbury moved to the window and drew the curtain across it, not entirely closing it, but pulling it far enough that the interior of the shop was shielded from casual observation while still allowing the lamp on the counter to be visible from the street, a small beacon that suggested warmth and welcome even though the shop was closed. He had always liked this moment, this transition from the public day to the private evening, when the shop became entirely his own and he could move through it without the possibility of interruption. He returned to the counter and began the evening's accounting, not the simple recording of sales that he had done throughout the day, but the more detailed work of reconciling his various ledgers, noting expenses, calculating what remained in the small tin box where he kept the shop's working capital. The figures required attention but not much calculation, for the amounts involved were modest and the arithmetic was simple. Still, he moved through the work with care, double-checking his sums, making sure that each entry was legible and properly dated. These ledgers would be needed when it came time to pay his quarterly rent, and beyond that, they were a record of the shop's life, a kind of autobiography written in columns of figures rather than in narrative prose. He moved through these tasks without hurry, taking satisfaction in their familiar rhythms. This was how days began, how the shop came to life, not with any great drama but with small, practical actions performed in sequence until everything was ready and the day could properly begin. The fire burned, warming the shop gradually but steadily. The lamp cast its light across the counter and shelves. The books waited to be sold or at least to be examined by browsers who might or might not become buyers. And Mr. Thornbury, bookseller of Grape Street, prepared himself for another day in the life he had made for himself, a life that suited him well and that he had no desire to change. Outside, the darkness continued to thin, and the first hint of gray appeared in the eastern sky, though the sun itself was still well below the horizon. Soon the street would begin to wake. Shutters would be opened, doors unlocked, the first pedestrians would appear, hurrying toward their work. But for these last minutes of the early morning, Grape Street remained quiet and still, balanced on the edge between night and day, waiting for the tipping point that would bring it fully into the light. The transition, when it came, would be gradual and unremarkable, like most transitions in life. There would be no single moment when one could say, now it is day rather than night. Rather, the accumulated small changes would eventually make it clear that morning had arrived, that a new day had begun, and that the routines and rhythms of daily life could resume their course. Mr. Thornbury understood this, having observed it countless times over the years, and he worked patiently through his morning tasks, knowing that the day would arrive in its own time and that his preparation would be ready to receive it. The fire continued to build its warmth, the flames dancing with increasing confidence as they consumed their fuel. The shop's air gradually lost its harsh edge, becoming merely cool rather than actively cold. The light from the lamp and from the growing fire pushed the shadows into the corners where they belonged, revealing the space in all its modest familiarity. And Mr. Thornbury, satisfied that he had done what needed to be done, stood behind his counter and allowed himself a moment of quiet appreciation for this place that was so thoroughly his own, this small corner of the vast city where he had found his purpose and his peace. Soon enough, a customer would arrive, or perhaps not, for some days were busier than others and one could never predict with certainty what any given day would bring. But whether customers came or not, the shop would be ready, and Mr. Thornbury would be here, tending to his books, maintaining his small orderly world, doing his part in the great ongoing work of connecting writers and readers across the chasms of time and distance. The clock on the wall ticked steadily onward, marking the passage of time with mechanical precision, indifferent to whether that time was empty or full, significant or mundane. And outside, finally, unmistakably, the sky began to lighten in earnest, the sun approaching though still invisible, bringing with it the day that Mr. Thornbury had prepared to receive. The dawn arrived as it always did in London during winter, not with any dramatic flourish or sudden transformation, but rather as a gradual lifting of the darkness, a slow admission of grey light that revealed the world in stages. First came the ability to distinguish the shapes of buildings from the sky behind them, then the details of those buildings emerged from shadow, and finally, though the sun itself remained hidden behind layers of cloud and the general atmospheric thickness of the city, the day could properly be said to have begun. Mr. Thornbury, standing at his window and watching this familiar process, observed it with the quiet satisfaction of someone witnessing a reliable friend keep an appointment. The street was beginning to show signs of life. A milk cart rattled past, its driver hunched against the cold, the bottles in their crates making a gentle clinking music as the wheels found every irregularity in the cobblestones. A boy hurried by in the opposite direction, likely a baker's apprentice or an errand runner for some early opening shop, his breath visible in small clouds that dissipated quickly in the cold air. Across the street, the shutters of the small grocery began to open, the proprietor visible as a dark shape moving behind the glass of his shop window. Mr. Thornbury knew the man slightly, enough to nod to him when they encountered each other on the street, though they had never progressed to the point of actual conversation. It was one of those relationships, common in cities, where proximity created a kind of familiarity that required no deeper connection, where the simple fact of seeing the same face day after day for years was enough to establish a sense of mutual recognition and perhaps even a small degree of mutual regard. The grocer completed his opening rituals and disappeared into the back of his shop, and Mr. Thornbury turned away from the window. His own opening was nearly complete. The fire burned well now, taking the worst chill from the air. The lamp provided adequate light until the day grew bright enough to make it unnecessary. The shop was swept and dusted and ready to receive whatever custom the day might bring. All that remained was to unlock the door itself, but that he would leave for a few more minutes, for it was still quite early and he had learned over the years that opening too soon meant sitting idle while the street gradually came to life around him, whereas opening at the right moment meant that the shop was ready just as the first potential customers began to appear. He returned to the counter and took up his position behind it, not sitting, for he rarely sat during the day, but standing in a posture that allowed him to see both the door and the interior of the shop, ready to attend to customers while also being able to continue with small tasks, straightening books, updating his ledger, reading a few pages of whatever volume he had most recently acquired and wanted to examine before deciding on its proper place in his stock. Just now, the book before him was a collection of essays on natural history, published perhaps 15 years earlier, that he had purchased from another bookseller who was reducing his inventory due to age and failing eyesight. The book was in good condition, its binding sound, its pages clean and unmarked. The essays themselves, from what he had read so far, were written in that clear, accessible style that characterized the best scientific writing of the period, explaining complex matters without condescension, assuming an intelligent readership without requiring that the reader already possess specialized knowledge. He thought it would do well. There was always interest in natural history among the educated middle class, those clerks and shopkeepers and minor professionals who sought to improve themselves through reading, who attended lectures at the various institutes and mechanics' libraries, who wanted to understand the world beyond their immediate experience. Such people were the backbone of his customer base, and he had developed over the years a good instinct for what they would appreciate. The church clock at St. Giles struck 7, the bells carrying clearly through the cold morning air. That was his signal to open, the hour at which he had found, through long experience, that the shop's presence was most needed. He walked to the door, drew back the bolt that secured it at night, and turned the key in the lock. The door swung open easily, well balanced on its hinges despite its age, and the cold air from the street flowed in, mixing with the warmer air from the shop and creating small eddies that made the flame in the lamp flicker briefly before settling again. Mr. Thornbury propped the door open with a small wooden wedge he kept for that purpose, a gesture that signaled to passers-by that the shop was indeed open for business, then returned to his position behind the counter. The street outside was more active now. Several pedestrians were visible, moving with the purposeful pace of people heading to work. A cart laden with coal sacks made its slow way up the street, the horse plodding with patient determination, its breath steaming in the cold air. Somewhere not far away, a vendor was calling his wares, the sound carrying as a general impression of commercial enthusiasm rather than as distinct words. The first customer arrived perhaps 10 minutes after opening, a young man, a student possibly, or perhaps a junior clerk, his clothes neat but showing the careful maintenance that spoke of limited means. He entered with the slightly hesitant air of someone who was not certain what he was looking for but hoped to know it when he saw it. Mr. Thornbury greeted him with a quiet good morning and then stepped back, allowing the young man to browse without feeling pressured or observed, for he had learned that some customers needed to be actively helped while others needed simply to be given space. The young man moved along the shelves, his head tilted to read the titles on the spines, occasionally taking down a volume and opening it to examine its contents before replacing it and moving on. This process continued for perhaps 15 minutes, and Mr. Thornbury occupied himself with the essay collection, reading slowly and with attention, but keeping part of his awareness on the customer, ready to offer assistance if it seemed wanted. Finally, the young man approached the counter carrying a slim volume bound in dark blue cloth. "I wonder," he said, his voice tentative, "what price you're asking for this?" Mr. Thornbury looked at the book, recognizing it immediately. It was a collection of poems, nothing famous or particularly valuable, but competently done, published by one of the smaller houses that specialized in such things. He had priced it at 2 shillings when he acquired it, which seemed to him fair for what it was, a pleasant enough volume that would give satisfaction to someone who enjoyed poetry without pretending to be more than it was. 2 shillings, he said. The young man's face showed a brief struggle between desire and economy, a struggle Mr. Thornbury had observed countless times over the years. "Would you consider 1 and 6? He asked after a moment. Mr. Thornbury considered. The book had been in stock for several months without attracting interest, which suggested that 2 shillings might be more than the market would bear, at least in his shop with its particular clientele. And there was something about the young man's evident desire for the book, his clear appreciation of it despite his limited means, that appealed to Mr. Thornbury's sense of how books and readers ought to be matched. 1 and 6 will do, he said. The young man's relief was evident. He counted out the coins carefully and handed them over, then tucked the book inside his coat as though protecting it from the elements. "Thank you," he said. "I shall enjoy this very much." "I hope you do, Mr. Thornbury replied, and he meant it. He recorded the sale in his ledger, noting the reduced price, and watched as the young man departed, his step perhaps slightly lighter than it had been when he entered, his morning brightened by the acquisition of something he wanted. This, Mr. Thornbury thought, was one of the satisfactions of his work. Not merely the commercial transaction, though that mattered and was necessary, but the sense of having made a proper connection, of having placed a book into hands that would value it. The morning continued in this way, a rhythm of quiet periods punctuated by occasional customers. A woman came seeking a gift for her husband, who enjoyed reading about travel to distant places. Mr. Thornbury showed her several possibilities, ultimately selling her a volume about explorations in South America that he thought might suit. An older gentleman browsed for nearly an hour without purchasing anything, but Mr. Thornbury did not mind. Browsers were as much a part of the shop's life as buyers, and sometimes today's browser became tomorrow's customer. Around mid-morning, a small boy entered carrying a basket covered with a cloth. "Delivery for you, sir," he announced importantly. From Porter & Sons. Porter & Sons was another bookseller, located in Bloomsbury, with whom Mr. Thornbury occasionally did business, trading stock or purchasing volumes they wished to move on. He took the basket from the boy, gave him a penny for his trouble, and lifted the cloth to see what had been sent. Inside were perhaps a dozen books, mostly older volumes that looked to have come from some estate sale or private library. He would need to examine them properly to determine their condition and value, but a quick glance suggested they were the sort of solid, respectable books he preferred: history, biography, a few volumes of sermons, nothing sensational or merely fashionable. He set the basket aside to examine later, when the morning's rush of customers, insofar as there could be said to be a rush, which was perhaps overstating it, had subsided. The day was brightening properly now, the grey light from the window sufficient that he could extinguish the lamp and save the oil for evening when it would be needed again. He performed this task, then opened the window slightly to admit fresh air, for the fire had warmed the shop to a comfortable temperature and a bit of circulation would prevent the air from becoming too stale. The cold air that entered through the open window carried with it the smells of the street. Coal smoke, certainly, that ever-present undertone to London life, but also the smell of baking bread from some nearby bakery, and horse dung from the street, and the general complex scent of a city going about its business, that mixture of commerce and habitation and human activity that was as characteristic of London as the Thames itself. Mr. Thornbury stood at the window for a moment, looking out at Grape Street in its mid-morning aspect. The grocer across the way had his door open now and was serving a small queue of customers, housewives mostly, with their baskets and their shopping lists, making their daily rounds of the local shops. The beer shop remained closed, as it would until noon, its hours dictated by licensing laws that Mr. Thornbury neither understood nor cared to understand, though he noted their effects. A constable walked slowly past, his uniform marking him as a representative of authority, though his manner suggested he expected no trouble and anticipated a quiet morning. The routine of Grape Street continued its comfortable pattern, each person and shop playing their accustomed role in the daily life of the neighborhood. It was not a wealthy street, nor a particularly poor one. It occupied that middle ground where most of London's population lived, where people worked for their living and maintained their respectability through effort and care, where life was neither desperately hard nor comfortably easy but rather something in between, requiring attention and diligence but offering in return a modest security and the satisfaction of useful work. Mr. Thornbury was about to return to his examination of the essay collection when he noticed, further down the street, a woman standing outside one of the shops, a bakery he thought, though at this distance he could not be certain. She stood very still, and there was something about her posture, something about the way she held herself, that suggested distress or uncertainty. He watched for a moment, curious but not wanting to intrude, and then saw another woman approach her, speak briefly, and lead her gently into the bakery. He felt a small stirring of concern, though there was nothing he could do from this distance and no reason to think his intervention would be welcome or helpful. It was simply one of those small moments of human vulnerability that one witnessed occasionally in the course of a day, a reminder that beneath the surface of ordinary life, people struggled with difficulties both large and small, that the apparent calm of Grape Street masked individual stories of worry and effort and occasional distress. The moment passed. The women were inside the bakery now, beyond his view, and whatever had troubled the first woman would be resolved or not resolved according to circumstances beyond his knowledge or influence. He turned away from the window and returned to his counter, to his books and his ledger, to the familiar concerns of his own life and work. The morning moved toward noon, marked by the steady progression of the sun behind its veil of clouds, by the gradual increase in activity on the street, by the rhythm of customers entering and leaving the shop. Mr. Thornbury served them all with patient courtesy, offering guidance when it seemed wanted, stepping back when it seemed better to let people browse on their own. He made several sales, a Bible to an elderly woman who explained that her old one had finally fallen apart from use. A volume of Shakespeare to a young man who was, he said, preparing to see a performance of Hamlet and wished to read the play beforehand, a practical book on household management to a newly married woman who seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the responsibility of running her own home. Each transaction required slightly different handling, a different tone and approach, for people came to books with different needs and different levels of knowledge. The elderly woman wanted reassurance that the Bible she was purchasing was the King James Version she was accustomed to, with the same chapter and verse divisions, the same familiar language. The young man wanted to discuss the play, to share his enthusiasm for Shakespeare and his anticipation of the performance. The newly married woman wanted practical advice and perhaps some reassurance that learning to manage a household was not as impossibly difficult as it currently seemed. Mr. Thornbury provided what was needed in each case: confirmation for the elderly woman, engaged conversation for the young man, encouraging words for the newly married woman. These small acts of attention and care were as much a part of his work as the financial transactions themselves, and he took satisfaction in performing them well, in sending each customer away feeling that they had been properly served, that their needs had been understood and met. By the time the church clock struck noon, Mr. Thornbury was ready for his midday meal, which he took in the shop rather than going upstairs, for he did not like to close even for the brief time it would take to eat. He had prepared a simple lunch before opening: bread and cheese, an apple, a bottle of weak beer. He ate standing at the counter, ready to set his meal aside if a customer entered, though at this hour, with many people gone home for their own dinners, the shop was likely to be quiet. As he ate, he thought about the morning's business. It had been reasonably good, not exceptional but solid, the sort of steady trade that sustained the shop day by day. The reduced price he had accepted for the poetry collection bothered him not at all. He had plenty of stock and no particular need to maximize profit on every transaction. What mattered was that books found their way to readers who would value them, and that the shop maintained its modest but reliable income, sufficient to pay the rent and his own expenses and leave a small surplus for acquiring new stock. He thought too about the books that had been delivered that morning, still waiting in their basket for his examination. He would attend to them this afternoon, when the shop was quiet, determining which ones he wanted to keep for stock and which, if any, he might return to Porter and Sons or pass on to another dealer. This process of evaluation and selection was one of the pleasures of his work, requiring both knowledge and judgment, calling upon his years of experience in assessing not only the physical condition of books but also their likely appeal to his particular customers. The afternoon, when it arrived, brought a different quality of light to the shop, softer and less direct than the morning light, filtered through the increasing thickness of clouds that promised rain or possibly snow before evening. Mr. Thornbury lit the lamp again, not because the natural light was insufficient but because the lamp's glow added a warmth to the space that seemed appropriate to the darkening afternoon. He pulled the basket of new acquisitions to the counter and began his examination, taking out each volume in turn and assessing it with practiced care. The first book was a history of the English Civil War, published in the 1830s, 2 volumes bound in marbled boards with leather spines. He opened each volume and examined the binding, checking for looseness or damage. The spines were sound, the boards firmly attached, the pages clean and free from foxing or water damage. The content itself he knew to be reputable, written by a historian whose work was still respected. He set these aside in the group of books he would keep. The next several volumes were sermons, a genre that Mr. Thornbury carried but that sold slowly, for tastes in religious reading had shifted over the years and the elaborate theological arguments that had engaged previous generations often seemed dry and remote to modern readers. Still, there remained a market for such books among older customers and among clergymen building their libraries, so he examined them carefully. 2 of the volumes he judged worth keeping, the others he would return. A 3-volume set of travels in India caught his attention next. The books were well illustrated with engravings, always a selling point, and the content, from what he could determine by browsing a few pages, was written in an engaging style that balanced information with entertainment. The physical condition was excellent, suggesting that they had been kept in a careful library and seldom read, though the slight fading of the spines indicated they had stood on a shelf exposed to light for some years. These he would definitely keep, pricing them appropriately for their quality and appeal. He worked through the basket methodically, making notes in his ledger about each volume's condition and his assessment of its value. By the time he finished, perhaps an hour had passed, and he had sorted the books into 3 groups: those he would keep, those he would return, and 1 or 2 about which he was undecided and wanted to consider further before making a final decision. The afternoon continued its quiet course. A few customers came and went, browsing more than buying, which was common in the afternoon hours when people often used shops as places to escape the cold for a few minutes rather than as destinations for specific purchases. Mr. Thornbury did not mind. Each person who entered his shop, whether they bought or not, was a potential future customer, and even if they never purchased anything, their presence added to the shop's atmosphere, made it feel like a living place rather than a mere repository of books. As the light began to fail and evening approached, he found himself thinking about the woman he had seen earlier outside the bakery, wondering if her distress had been resolved, if whatever had troubled her had found some remedy, or if she continued to struggle with it. It was one of the curious features of city life, he reflected, that one could witness small fragments of other people's stories without ever knowing their full context or their conclusions. Lives intersected briefly. A glance through a window, a passing conversation overheard on the street, and then diverged again, each person returning to their own narrative, their own concerns. He wondered sometimes about all the stories playing out simultaneously in the city around him, thousands upon thousands of individual narratives, each one as complete and important to its protagonist as his own life was to him. It was a humbling thought, this awareness of being merely one among multitudes, and yet there was something oddly comforting about it as well, a sense of being part of a vast, complex human tapestry where every thread mattered even if no single thread could comprehend the whole pattern. The day was drawing to its close now, the light fading rapidly toward dusk. Mr. Thornbury began his closing routines, the familiar sequence of actions that would settle the shop for another night. But before he could complete them, the door opened once more and a customer entered, bringing with him a swirl of cold air and the particular quality of urgency that characterized people who had come on a specific errand rather than merely to browse. "Good evening," the man said, slightly breathless as though he had been hurrying. "I hope I am not too late. I am seeking a particular book, a gift for my daughter. She is quite keen on botany, you see, and I thought perhaps you might have something suitable." Mr. Thornbury smiled. "You are not too late," he said. "I believe I have just the thing." He moved to one of the shelves and retrieved the volume with the botanical illustrations he had noticed in the window display. "This might serve," he said, handing it to the customer. "The illustrations are quite detailed, and the text is accessible to a serious amateur." The man examined the book, his face showing growing satisfaction. "This is perfect," he said. "Exactly what I was hoping to find. What is your price?" They negotiated the transaction, the man paid, and Mr. Thornbury wrapped the book carefully in brown paper, tying it securely with string. "I hope your daughter enjoys it," he said, handing over the parcel. "I am certain she will," the man replied. "Thank you for staying open. I know it is late." "It is no trouble, Mr. Thornbury said, and he meant it. This was what the shop was for, after all, to connect books with the people who needed them, whether that happened at the beginning of the day or at its end. The man departed, and Mr. Thornbury returned to his closing routines, completed now without further interruption. He banked the fire, closed the window he had opened that morning, drew the curtain across the window, and prepared the shop for night. The day had been good, not exceptional but satisfying, marked by the small successes of books sold and customers served. Tomorrow would bring another day much like this one, and he found that prospect not boring but comforting, a promise of continuity and purpose that suited his nature perfectly. As he climbed the stairs to his rooms, he thought about the evening ahead, his simple supper, his reading, the quiet hours by his own fire. And beyond that, sleep, and then another morning, another opening of the shop, another day among his books. It was a good life, he thought again as he had thought many times before. A modest life, certainly, but good and honest and sufficient, and he asked nothing more of it than what it already gave him: purposeful work, modest comfort, and a companionship of books that had been and would continue to be the truest friends he had ever known. The door closed behind him, and Grape Street settled into its evening quiet, the bookshop dark now except for the faint glow from the fire that would burn slowly through the night, a small warmth in the winter cold, a small light in the vast darkness of the city. Far across the city, in a different neighborhood where the streets were narrower and the buildings pressed even more closely together, another day was beginning while Mr. Thornbury's day drew to its close. For the rhythm of a city is such that somewhere, always, someone is beginning while someone else is ending, someone is waking while someone else is sleeping, and the great organism of urban life continues its ceaseless circulation without pause or interruption. In a small bakery on Tanner's Row, where the buildings were so close that even at noon the sunlight reached the street only in brief, narrow shafts, the day began not at dawn but in the hours before dawn, in that deep darkness that belongs to neither night nor morning but exists in a category of its own. Here, in this small establishment that had occupied the same premises for more than 40 years, the work of baking began while most of the city still slept, for bread must be ready when the day begins, must be waiting on the shelves when customers arrive with their morning hunger. The baker's name was Mr. Wickham, and he had risen from his bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, as he did every day except Sunday, when the bakery remained closed and he allowed himself the luxury of sleeping until 5. He was a man in his late 50s, broad across the shoulders and thick through the middle in the way of men who have spent their lives engaged in physical labor that involves lifting and carrying. His face was perpetually flushed from the heat of the ovens, his hands bore the small burns and scars that were the badges of his trade, and his hair, what remained of it, stood up in grey tufts that no amount of combing could entirely tame. He had lit no candle when he rose, for the way from his bed to the bakery below was so familiar that he could navigate it in complete darkness, his feet finding the stairs without conscious thought, his hands reaching for the rail at exactly the right place. His wife, Mrs. Wickham, still slept in their bed, and would sleep for another hour before rising to help him with the morning's work, and he moved as quietly as he could so as not to disturb her, though after 30 years of marriage she had learned to sleep through his pre-dawn rising and rarely stirred when he left. The bakery occupied the ground floor of the building, with the Wickhams' living quarters directly above, and a small yard behind where coal and wood were stored and where Mrs. Wickham occasionally hung washing when the weather permitted. The bakery itself was a single large room divided into 3 functional areas: the shop front where customers were served, the work area where dough was mixed and shaped, and the oven room where the bread was actually baked. The oven was the heart of the operation, a massive brick structure that occupied nearly an entire wall and that, once heated, would remain hot enough to bake bread for hours without requiring additional fuel. Mr. Wickham's first task, every morning, was to start the oven, and this he did with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed the same action thousands of times. The oven had been banked the evening before, meaning that coals still glowed deep within its brick structure, and these coals now needed to be stirred to life and fed with additional fuel until the oven reached the proper temperature for baking. He used a long iron rake to pull the coals forward, exposing their glowing centers to the air, and then added kindling in small pieces of wood, building up the heat gradually and carefully, for rushing this process could result in an oven that was too hot on the outside but not properly heated through its full depth. While the kindling caught and began to burn with increasing confidence, he prepared his first batch of dough. This was work that required both strength and delicacy, for dough must be properly mixed and needed to develop the gluten that would give the bread its structure, but it must not be overworked or it would become tough and unpleasant. Mr. Wickham had learned the feel of properly developed dough as an apprentice more than 40 years ago, and his hands knew what his mind might have struggled to articulate. The right texture, the right elasticity, the subtle signs that indicated the dough was ready to be shaped and left to rise. He worked by feel in the darkness, measuring flour and water and salt and yeast by long habit rather than by any precise measurement, adding a bit more flour if the dough felt too wet, a bit more water if it seemed too dry, adjusting and compensating based on factors that included the humidity of the air, the particular characteristics of that week's flour delivery, the temperature of the room. Baking, he had learned over the decades, was both a science and an art, requiring technical knowledge but also intuition and experience that could not be easily taught or transmitted through written instructions. The dough mixed to his satisfaction, he turned it out onto the large wooden table that dominated the work area and began the process of kneading, pushing the heel of his hand into the mass, folding it over, turning it a quarter rotation, and repeating the process in a rhythm that was almost meditative. His breathing synchronized with the motion, and his mind, freed from the need to consciously direct his hands, drifted across various thoughts. The day's work ahead, the orders that needed to be filled, the state of his coal supply, the persistent small pain in his lower back that he had been ignoring for several weeks now and that probably deserved more attention than he was giving it. By the time Mrs. Wickham descended the stairs, carrying a candle that threw wavering light across the bakery, Mr. Wickham had the first batch of dough kneaded and set aside to rise, covered with a clean cloth to protect it from drafts. He had also added more substantial fuel to the oven, larger pieces of wood and several lumps of coal, and the heat was building nicely, the bricks beginning to glow with absorbed warmth that would sustain the baking through the morning. "Good morning," Mrs. Wickham said, setting the candle on a shelf where its light would be useful without being in the way. She was a small woman, made smaller by age and the gradual compression that comes to all spines eventually, but she moved with brisk efficiency, tying on her apron and assessing with a quick glance what stage the work had reached and what needed to be done next. "Morning," Mr. Wickham replied, his voice still rough with sleep despite the hour he had been awake. "Dough's rising. Oven needs another quarter hour, I should think." She nodded and moved to the shop front, where she began the work of preparing for customers, sweeping the floor, arranging the counter, checking that the shelves were clean and ready to receive the day's bread. These were small tasks but necessary ones, for customers noticed such things even if they did not comment on them, and a shop that appeared neglected or dirty would not retain its trade regardless of the quality of its bread. The bakery's clientele consisted primarily of the working people of the neighborhood, laborers and costermongers, charwomen and laundresses, people who lived in the narrow streets and crowded courts of Tanner's Row and its surroundings, people for whom bread was not a luxury or a supplement but the foundation of their diet, the bulk of their daily calories. They could not afford to buy bread from the large commercial bakeries that had begun to appear in some parts of the city, and they did not want the adulterated bread that unscrupulous bakers sometimes sold, bread bulked out with alum or chalk or other additives that made it look better than it was but provided little actual nourishment. Mr. Wickham had built his business on providing honest bread at a fair price. His loaves were not large, for his customers could not afford large loaves, but they were dense and substantial, made from sound flour without adulterants, baked properly so that the crust was firm and the interior was cooked through. He sold them for prices that his customers could manage, and while this meant his profit on each loaf was small, the volume of his trade was sufficient to provide a modest but reliable living. The first batch of dough had risen adequately by now, and Mr. Wickham returned to the work table to shape it into individual loaves. This too was a process that appeared simple but required considerable skill, for each loaf needed to be properly formed so that it would rise evenly in the oven and bake to a consistent texture throughout. He divided the dough into portions, weighing them on a simple balance scale to ensure fairness to his customers, for they paid by weight and deserved to receive what they paid for. Each portion he shaped with quick, confident movements, forming it into a round that he then placed on a large wooden board that had been dusted with flour to prevent sticking. When the board was full of shaped loaves, each one a small pale mound waiting patiently for the oven's heat, he set it aside and prepared the oven for baking. Using the long iron rake again, he pulled the coals and ash to one side, clearing the oven's floor and leaving a hot, clean surface ready to receive the bread. He tested the temperature by holding his hand inside the oven opening, a gesture that looked dangerous but that he performed with casual confidence, judging by the intensity of the heat on his skin whether the oven had reached the proper temperature. Satisfied, he took up the long wooden peel, essentially a flat board on a long handle, and began transferring the loaves from the board into the oven, sliding each one off the peel onto the hot brick floor with a practiced flick of the wrist. The loaves filled the oven in rows, each one positioned with just enough space between it and its neighbors to allow for rising and for air to circulate. When the last loaf was in, Mr. Wickham closed the oven's iron door, sealing in the heat, and noted the time on the clock that hung on the wall. The bread would need approximately 30 minutes to bake, depending on various factors, but the clock gave him a starting reference, a way to track the process without having to rely entirely on memory. While the first batch baked, he prepared a second, mixing and kneading another mass of dough with the same careful attention he had given the first. Mrs. Wickham, her preparation of the shop front complete, began work on the day's pastries, sweet buns and simple cakes that provided a small additional income and that some customers purchased as treats for their children or for special occasions. She worked at the other end of the long table, her smaller hands moving with their own practiced confidence, rolling out dough, cutting shapes, brushing surfaces with egg wash to give them an appealing shine when baked. They worked mostly in silence, for conversation was difficult over the sounds of work, and besides, there was something about these early morning hours that discouraged talk, as though the darkness itself demanded quiet. Occasionally one would ask the other to pass some implement or ingredient, and these requests were answered with economical efficiency, but beyond that they moved in parallel, each focused on their own tasks, bound together by shared purpose rather than by constant interaction. The smell of baking bread began to fill the bakery, that particular warm, yeasty aroma that is one of the most fundamentally appealing scents in human experience, speaking as it does to the most basic needs and to thousands of years of human culture built around the transformation of grain into food. The smell drifted out through the small gaps around the shop's door and windows, reaching into the street and the surrounding buildings, announcing to anyone still asleep that morning was approaching, that the day's work was beginning, that the world was returning to its usual rhythms. Mr. Wickham opened the oven door a crack and peered inside, checking the progress of the baking. The loaves had risen nicely, their surfaces beginning to brown, and he judged they needed perhaps another 10 minutes. He closed the door and returned to his second batch of dough, which was now ready for shaping. This too he divided and weighed and formed into loaves, working with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who knows exactly how much time each task requires and who has learned to move through the work without wasting motion or energy. By the time the first batch of bread was ready to come out of the oven, the darkness outside had begun to thin slightly, that first subtle lightening that precedes dawn by perhaps an hour. Mr. Wickham opened the oven door fully, releasing a blast of heat and an intensified wave of the bread smell, and used the long peel to retrieve the loaves one by one, sliding them out and transferring them to wooden racks where they would cool. The loaves were golden brown, their crusts firm and slightly crisp, and when he tapped one with his knuckle it produced the hollow sound that indicated proper baking, a fully cooked interior without any doughy, underbaked core. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, for these were good loaves, honest bread that would serve his customers well, and then immediately returned to work, loading the second batch into the oven, which had maintained its temperature well and needed only a few more pieces of fuel to sustain it through another round of baking. The routine continued through the early morning hours, mixing, kneading, shaping, baking, cooling. Batch after batch of bread emerged from the oven, filling the racks and gradually filling the shop with the day's inventory. Mrs. Wickham finished her pastries and moved on to other preparations, making sure there was water available for customers who might want to purchase a drink along with their bread, tidying the counter once more, checking the small cash box where they kept change for transactions. As the sky outside brightened properly and the day could truly be said to have begun, Mr. Wickham paused in his work and moved to the shop's front door. He unlocked it and propped it open with a heavy iron weight shaped like a dog, a whimsical touch in an otherwise purely functional establishment. The cold morning air flowed in, mixing with the warm, flower-scented air of the bakery, and the shop was officially open for business. The first customers arrived almost immediately, as they always did, for people had learned over the years that the earliest bread was the freshest and warmest, and those whose work allowed them to shop early often preferred to do so. A man in laborer's clothes, his hands already dirty from some early morning job, purchased 2 small loaves, paying with coins that he counted out carefully from a small purse tied to his belt. A woman with a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders bought a single loaf and a sweet bun, the bun likely intended for a child still at home. An elderly man, moving slowly but with determination, came in for his daily purchase, a routine so established that Mr. Wickham had his usual loaf ready before the man even needed to speak. The morning trade at the bakery built gradually, like the daylight itself, accumulating customer by customer until there was a steady stream of people moving in and out of the shop, each with their particular needs and their particular resources, each fitting into the larger pattern of the neighborhood's daily life. Mr. Wickham served them all with the same patient efficiency, his large floury hands handling coins and wrapping bread in the pieces of paper misses. Wickham had prepared for that purpose, his voice offering greetings and occasional bits of conversation but never more than the situation required, for he understood that most of his customers were hurrying to work or hurrying home to prepare breakfasts, and idle talk, however well-intentioned, was a luxury most of them could not afford. A young mother came in carrying an infant on one hip, a toddler clinging to her skirts. The child stared at the shelves of bread with wide eyes, and Mrs. Wickham, without being asked, produced a small piece of bread crust and offered it to the toddler, who took it with a shy smile and immediately began gnawing on it with evident satisfaction. The mother purchased 2 loaves and a sweet bun, counting her coins twice to make sure of her arithmetic before handing them over, and thanked Mrs. Wickham for the kindness to her child with a gratitude that suggested such small gestures were not common in her daily experience. An older boy, perhaps 10 or 11, came in with a carefully written list and money wrapped in a scrap of cloth. He had been sent on an errand, clearly, by someone who trusted him to get it right, and he read the list aloud to Mr. Wickham with grave concentration: 3 loaves of the usual size, 2 sweet buns, and if there was any money left, could he please have one of the small cakes. Mr. Wickham tallied the prices, found that there was indeed sufficient money, and included the small cake, adding an extra sweet bun without mentioning it or adjusting the price, for the boy's seriousness and care deserved some recognition. The boy left with his purchases wrapped carefully in a cloth he had brought for the purpose, walking with exaggerated caution as though carrying something infinitely precious. Between customers, Mr. Wickham returned to the back to check on the progress of further baking, for the work did not stop simply because the shop was open. There were still more batches to prepare, more loaves to bake, for the morning rush would continue for some hours yet and the shelves needed to be kept stocked. He moved between the 2 roles, baker and shopkeeper. With the fluid efficiency of long practice, kneading dough while keeping half his attention on the shop front, ready to emerge and serve any customer who entered. Mrs. Wickham, for her part, had her own dual role, helping with both the baking and the shop work as needed, her small frame never still, always moving between tasks, wiping down surfaces, checking the cooling racks, occasionally taking over the shop counter when Mr. Wickham was fully occupied with the ovens. They had developed over the years a kind of wordless coordination, each anticipating what the other needed, each compensating for the other's absences, moving around each other in the limited space with a practiced ease that suggested choreography, though it was simply the result of decades spent working side by side in the same small rooms. Around 8 o'clock, when the morning rush was beginning to ease slightly, a girl appeared at the door, hesitating on the threshold as though uncertain whether she was welcome. She was perhaps 14 or 15, thin in the way that suggested inadequate food rather than natural slenderness, her dress clean but patched, her shawl worn thin in places. She stood in the doorway, not quite entering, not quite leaving, and there was something in her posture that spoke of need held in check by pride, of wanting to ask for something but being unable to find the words. Mrs. Wickham noticed her first and moved to the door. "Come in, dear," she said gently. "You're letting the cold in standing there like that." The girl took one tentative step inside, then stopped again. "I was wondering," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "if you might have any bread from yesterday. Bread that didn't sell. I could pay something for it." Mr. Wickham, who had emerged from the back room at the sound of voices, exchanged a glance with his wife. They both understood the situation immediately. The girl was hungry, or her family was hungry, and she was trying to find a way to purchase food at a price she could afford. The mention of yesterday's bread was a polite fiction, for any baker worthy of the name sold all of yesterday's bread before it went stale, but it was a fiction that allowed her to ask for help without having to admit outright that she could not afford today's prices. "I think we might have something," Mr. Wickham said slowly. He turned to one of the racks where the morning's baking cooled and selected 2 loaves, not the smallest ones but medium-sized loaves that would provide substantial nourishment. "These here came out of the oven a bit dark," he said, which was not true. They were perfectly baked, so I was planning to reduce the price. "Would they suit?" The girl's eyes widened slightly. "How much?" she asked. Mr. Wickham named a price that was perhaps a third of what he would normally charge, low enough to be within her means but not so absurdly low as to be obvious charity. The girl counted out coins from a small purse with shaking hands, relief evident in every line of her body. Mrs. Wickham wrapped the loaves in paper, then added a sweet bun to the parcel without saying anything about it or adjusting the price. "Thank you," the girl said, her voice stronger now, and there were tears visible at the corners of her eyes, though she was clearly determined not to let them fall. "Thank you very much." She left quickly, as though afraid that if she lingered the offer might be withdrawn, and Mr. Wickham and his wife returned to their work without discussing what had just happened. Such transactions occurred with some frequency, though never so often as to threaten the bakery's viability, and they had long ago decided that it was simply part of their responsibility to the neighborhood, a way of returning some portion of what they had been given. They were not wealthy people themselves, the bakery provided a living but not much more than that. But they had steady work and sufficient food, which put them considerably ahead of many of their neighbors, and it seemed only right to offer what help they could when the opportunity presented itself. The morning continued its course, the light strengthening as the sun, though invisible behind London's perpetual veil of cloud, rose higher in the sky. The bakery's shelves, which had been full when the shop opened, gradually emptied as the bread was purchased and carried away to homes and workplaces throughout the neighborhood. Mr. Wickham monitored the inventory carefully, adjusting his baking schedule to ensure that there would be sufficient bread through the late morning and into the early afternoon, when a second, smaller wave of customers typically arrived, people who had missed the morning rush or who were shopping for the evening meal. Around 9 o'clock, a woman appeared at the door whom neither Mr. Wickham nor his wife recognized, which was unusual in a neighborhood where most faces were familiar. She was perhaps 40, respectably but plainly dressed, with a manner that suggested she was not accustomed to shopping in bakeries of this modest sort. She entered with a certain hesitation, looking around the small shop with an expression that might have been curiosity or might have been uncertainty. "Good morning, Mrs. Wickham said. "What can we provide for you today?" The woman approached the counter, still looking around as though taking in every detail of the shop. "Good morning," she replied. "I am looking to purchase bread, but I wondered, do you sell in quantity? I have need of perhaps 20 loaves, if that is possible." Mr. Wickham, who had been in the back but had heard the question, emerged wiping flour from his hands on his apron. 20 loaves was a substantial order, more than he would normally sell to a single customer, and he found himself curious about the reason for such a purchase. 20 loaves is certainly possible, he said. "When would you need them?" "Today, if it can be managed," the woman said. "This afternoon, perhaps, or this evening. I would pay, of course, whatever the price." Mr. Wickham calculated quickly in his head. He had sufficient flour and other supplies, and while producing 20 additional loaves would require extra work, it was certainly manageable. The greater question was why this woman, who clearly did not seem to be from the immediate neighborhood, needed such a quantity of bread, but that was not truly his concern. If she wished to purchase 20 loaves and could pay for them, then he would bake them. "I can have 20 loaves ready by 4 o'clock this afternoon," he said. "Will that suit your purpose?" "That would be perfect," the woman said, and for the first time she smiled, a warm expression that transformed her rather severe features. "I should explain," she added. "I am Mrs. Hartley. I work with the St. Anne's Mission, which provides meals to those in need. We had an arrangement with another bakery, but they have recently closed, and we find ourselves without a supplier. I was recommended to your establishment by several people in the neighborhood." Mr. Wickham nodded slowly, understanding now. The St. Anne's Mission was known to him by reputation, one of several charitable organizations that operated in the poorer districts of London, trying to provide some minimal assistance to those who had fallen on particularly hard times. He had never had direct dealings with them, but he knew their work was genuine, not the sort of performative charity that some wealthy people engaged in to satisfy their consciences without actually helping anyone. 20 loaves at 4 o'clock, he confirmed. "And if you need regular supply, we can discuss an arrangement that might work for both of us." Mrs. Hartley's relief was evident. "That would be extremely helpful," she said. "We typically need between 15 and 25 loaves, 3 times per week. We pay promptly and fairly, though I must be honest that our budget is limited." They discussed terms for a few more minutes, Mr. Wickham naming prices that would cover his costs and provide a modest profit, but that took into account the charitable nature of the mission's work. Mrs. Hartley agreed to the terms without haggling, thanked him profusely, and departed with a promise to return at 4 o'clock to collect the loaves. When she had gone, Mrs. Wickham looked at her husband with a raised eyebrow. 20 loaves 3 times a week, she said. "That's considerable additional work." "It is," Mr. Wickham agreed. "But it's steady work, and it's for a good purpose. We can manage it." She nodded, accepting his judgment as she always did in matters relating to the business, and they returned to their respective tasks. Mr. Wickham calculated that he would need to start an additional batch of dough immediately if he was to have 20 loaves ready by 4, and he set about that work with his usual methodical efficiency, adjusting his schedule to accommodate this new demand without allowing it to disrupt the normal flow of the day's baking. The morning trade continued, though it was slowing now as the hour approached 10. Most people who needed bread for the day had already purchased it, and there would be a lull of an hour or two before the next wave of customers arrived. This lull was not wasted time, however. Mr. Wickham used it to clean the work surfaces, to check his supplies and make notes about what would need to be ordered for the coming week, to perform the small maintenance tasks that kept the bakery running smoothly. Mrs. Wickham swept the shop floor and then went upstairs to their living quarters to prepare a midday meal, for they both needed to eat and neither could spare the time to go out for food. She returned after perhaps 20 minutes with a pot of soup that she had made the previous evening and reheated, along with bread from yesterday's baking that they had kept aside for their own use. They ate standing at the work table, spooning soup from bowls and tearing pieces from the bread, their meals simple and quick but adequate, fuel for the afternoon's work rather than an event in itself. Around noon, as predicted, customers began to arrive again, though in smaller numbers than the morning rush. These were different customers for the most part. Women doing their afternoon shopping, elderly people who moved slowly and preferred to avoid the morning crowds, children sent on errands after their morning lessons or chores. Mr. Wickham served them with the same patient attention he gave all customers, taking time with the elderly who needed extra help, being gentle with the children who were sometimes nervous about getting their orders right, offering bits of advice to the women who asked questions about how best to keep bread fresh or how to manage their small food budgets. One woman in particular caught his attention, not because she was unusual but because her situation was all too common. She had 3 children with her, the oldest perhaps 8, the youngest no more than 3, and she was visibly pregnant with a 4th. Her dress was clean but showed the signs of constant wear and repeated mending, and there was a tightness around her eyes that spoke of chronic worry and insufficient sleep. She purchased 2 loaves, counting out her coins carefully, and as she did so, Mr. Wickham noticed that the oldest child was staring at the sweet buns with an expression of such longing that it was painful to see. He wrapped the 2 loaves and handed them to the woman, then reached for a sweet bun and added it to the parcel. "That one got a bit crushed," he said, gesturing vaguely at the bun, which was in fact perfectly fine. "Can't sell it looking like that. Your children might as well have it." The woman started to protest, but the gratitude in her eyes overrode her pride. "Thank you," she said quietly. "That's very kind." The children's faces lit up, the older ones trying to maintain composure while the youngest bounced with undisguised excitement. They left the shop in better spirits than they had entered it, the mother herding her small flock with a touch more energy than she had shown when she arrived. Mrs. Wickham, who had observed this transaction from the back room, came forward as soon as the family had left. "You give away too much," she said, but there was no real criticism in her tone, only a kind of tired affection. "We can afford it," Mr. Wickham replied, which was not entirely true. They could not afford to give away very much at all, but which reflected his belief that some things were more important than strict financial calculation. She sighed but did not argue further. They had had this conversation before, many times over the years, and it always ended the same way, with her accepting his generosity even though she worried about their own financial security. She knew that he could not help himself, that seeing hunger, especially in children, affected him in ways that made careful business sense impossible. And she knew too that she could not change him and, in her heart, did not truly want to, for his kindness was part of what had made her love him when they were young and what kept her loving him now that they were old. The afternoon wore on, marked by the church clock at St. and striking the hours, by the gradual shift in the quality of light as the sun moved across its invisible path behind the clouds, by the steady rhythm of work and customers and the routines that had become so deeply ingrained that they required no conscious thought. Mr. Wickham prepared the 20 loaves for the mission, baking them with the same care he gave to all his bread, for he took pride in his work regardless of who the ultimate consumer might be. By 4 o'clock, they were ready, cooled sufficiently to be handled but still warm from the oven, stacked on a large board and covered with clean cloths. Mrs. Hartley arrived promptly, bringing with her a young man who would help carry the bread. She examined the loaves with evident approval, paid the agreed sum without question, and thanked Mr. Wickham with a warmth that suggested she understood the value of what he was providing. Not just bread, but bread made well and sold fairly, bread that would nourish rather than merely fill stomachs. "I shall return on Wednesday," she said, "for our next delivery. And thank you again, Mr. Wickham. You are helping us help others, and that is no small thing." When she had gone, Mr. Wickham found himself feeling an unfamiliar satisfaction, different from the normal pleasure he took in his work. It was one thing to bake bread and sell it to customers who could pay for it. It was another to know that his work would directly feed people who might otherwise go hungry, that his skill and labor would be transformed not just into income but into actual sustenance for those in need. The mission would sell some of the bread at low prices to those who could afford even a small payment, and would give away the rest to those who could afford nothing at all, and either way, the bread would serve its fundamental purpose. The afternoon continued toward evening, the light beginning to fail earlier now in the depth of winter, the cold growing sharper as the sun, weak though it had been all day, withdrew entirely. The bakery's work was nearly done. The last batch of bread had been baked and was cooling on the racks. The shop's shelves, so full that morning, now held only a few loaves set aside for late customers and for the Wickhams' own use. A final few customers trickled in, people who worked late or who for whatever reason had not been able to shop earlier. Mr. Wickham served them with the same patience he had shown all day, though his back ached from the hours of standing and his arms were tired from the constant lifting and carrying that the work required. Mrs. Wickham, he noticed, was moving more slowly too, her age showing in the careful way she lowered herself onto a stool during a quiet moment, her face drawn with fatigue. They were getting old, he thought, not for the first time. The work that had once seemed merely demanding now sometimes felt nearly overwhelming. He was past 60 now, an age at which many men had already retired from active labor, and she was not much younger. They had no children to take over the business, a circumstance that had been a source of grief when they were younger but that they had long since accepted. When they could no longer manage the work, the bakery would have to be sold, and what would become of it then was impossible to predict. But that was a concern for the future. For now, there was still work to be done, still customers to be served, still bread to be baked tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. He pushed the thoughts aside and focused on the present moment, on the customer before him who was purchasing bread for his supper, on the simple act of wrapping the loaf and accepting payment and wishing the man a good evening. At last, with the church clock striking 6, Mr. Wickham judged that the day's custom was finished. He went to the door and removed the iron dog that had propped it open all day, letting the door swing closed. He shot the bolt that secured it, a solid metallic sound that marked the transition from public business to private rest. The shop was closed, the day's work complete. He turned to find Mrs. Wickham already beginning the evening's cleanup, sweeping flour from the floor, wiping down surfaces, putting tools and utensils back in their proper places. He joined her in this work, and together they restored order to the bakery, preparing it for the next morning's labor. The oven they left to cool slowly on its own, for trying to cool it too quickly could crack the bricks, and besides, a warm oven in the morning would require less fuel to bring up to baking temperature. When the bakery was clean and orderly, they climbed the stairs to their living quarters, their feet heavy on the steps, their bodies demanding rest after the long day. The rooms above were modest but comfortable, warmed by the heat that rose from the bakery below, furnished with pieces accumulated over decades of married life. Here they would spend the evening in quiet domestic routine, a simple supper, perhaps a bit of mending or other household work, an hour or two sitting by the fire before bed, and then sleep, and then, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the cycle would begin again. Mr. Wickham stood at the window for a moment, looking down at Tanner's Row in its evening aspect. The street was quieter now, most people home for the day, though the public house 2 doors down was beginning to show signs of life, its windows glowing with lamplight, voices and occasional laughter drifting out into the cold air. Gas lamps along the street were being lit by the lamplighter, who whistled as he worked, creating small pools of light in the gathering darkness. It was not so different, really, from Grape Street where the bookshop stood, though the buildings were shabbier and the residents poorer. But the essential pattern was the same, people living their lives, working and resting, struggling and occasionally succeeding, bound together by proximity and by the shared experience of urban existence. The bakery served this street as the bookshop served its own, each providing something necessary, each connecting the provider with the provided for in the ancient relationship of commerce that was also, when done right, something more than commerce, something closer to mutual care. Mrs. Wickham called him from the other room, where she had laid out their supper, and he turned away from the window. The day was done, and it had been a good day, marked by honest work and small kindnesses, by bread baked and sold and given, by the satisfaction of knowing that his labor had meaning beyond the coins it generated. Tomorrow would bring another day much like this one, and he found that prospect not wearisome but sustaining, a promise of continuity and purpose. He joined his wife at the table, and they ate their simple meal in companionable silence, two people who had spent their lives together and who no longer needed many words to communicate what mattered. Outside, the darkness deepened and the city settled into its evening routines, and in the bakery below, the oven cooled slowly, its bricks giving up their accumulated heat, preparing for the cycle to begin again in just a few hours, when the darkness would still be complete and the work of feeding the neighborhood would resume. The evening passed quietly in the Wickhams' rooms above the bakery, marked by the small domestic rituals that filled the hours between work and sleep. Mrs. Wickham mended a tear in one of her husband's shirts, her needle moving with the automatic precision of someone who had performed such tasks thousands of times. Mr. Wickham sat in the chair near the fire, not reading, his eyes were too tired for that, but simply resting, his mind drifting without particular direction, touching on the day's events, on plans for tomorrow, on nothing very much at all. The fire burned down gradually, and when the clock showed 8:30, Mrs. Wickham set aside her mending and began preparing for bed. Mr. Wickham followed suit shortly after, for he would need to rise again in less than 7 hours, and whatever sleep he could get was precious. They had long ago established the routines of their shared life, moving around each other in the small space with practiced efficiency, each knowing what the other needed and providing it without discussion. In bed, with the lamp extinguished and only the faint glow from the banked fire providing any illumination, Mr. Wickham felt sleep approaching quickly. His body, exhausted from the day's labor, welcomed the prospect of rest. His last conscious thought was a kind of gratitude, though for what exactly he could not have said. For the day completed, perhaps. For the bread baked and sold. For the modest comfort of his own bed and his wife beside him. For the simple fact of being alive and able to work and having work to do. Then sleep claimed him, and he descended into its darkness without dreams or disturbance, his breathing deepening, his body surrendering to the rest it needed. In the bakery below the Wickhams' bedroom, the oven continued its slow cooling, the bricks clicking occasionally as they contracted, releasing the day's accumulated heat into the surrounding air. The hours passed, measured only by the church clock at St. Anne's and by the slow revolution of the stars overhead, invisible through the city's perpetual veil of smoke and cloud but revolving nonetheless, marking time with their ancient, reliable precision. The gas lamps burned steadily along the street, their flames maintained by the mechanism set during the lamplighter's rounds, their light falling on empty cobblestones, on sleeping buildings, on a city that never truly rested but that achieved, in these deep hours of night, something approaching rest, a temporary suspension of the day's frantic activity. At 3 o'clock, Mr. Wickham's eyes opened. He had not needed any external signal to wake him. His body, trained by decades of rising at this hour, simply knew when it was time, and he transitioned from sleep to waking with the smooth efficiency of long habit. He lay still for just a moment, gathering himself, feeling the familiar ache in his back and the stiffness in his joints that were his constant companions now, then pushed back the covers and rose. The routine began again, identical to yesterday and to the day before that and to thousands of days stretching back through the years. Down the dark stairs, through the familiar spaces that required no light because his body knew every step and turn, into the bakery where the oven waited to be wakened, where flour and water and salt and yeast waited to be transformed, where the day's work waited to be done. He struck a match and lit the candle he kept ready for this purpose, its small flame pushing back just enough darkness to allow him to see what he was doing. The oven's coals were barely alive, a faint red glow deep in the ash, but they were alive, and that was what mattered. He took up the iron rake and began the process of bringing them back to full life, stirring and feeding and carefully building the heat that would, in an hour or two, be sufficient for baking. While the oven heated, he began mixing the first batch of dough, his hands performing the familiar motions without conscious direction, measuring and combining and adjusting by feel rather than by precise measurement. The darkness outside was absolute, showing no hint yet of the dawn that would eventually come. In this deep hour of the night, the bakery felt like the only place in the world, a small island of light and warmth and purpose in an otherwise empty darkness. But Mr. Wickham knew that this was an illusion. All over the city, in other bakeries and workshops and factories, other people were awake and working, their labor beginning in darkness so that when the day arrived, the city would be ready to receive it, the bread baked, the goods prepared, the services available. This vast, invisible army of early workers made possible the daily life that most people took for granted, rising with the sun and finding everything already in place, never thinking about the hours of labor that had preceded their waking. He did not resent this invisibility. It was simply how things were, and he had never expected gratitude or recognition. The work itself was its own reward, or if not exactly a reward, then its own justification. Bread needed to be baked. People needed to eat. He had the skill and the strength, though less strength now than formerly, to do this work. Therefore, he did it. The logic was simple and satisfying. The dough mixed to his satisfaction, he began the kneading, and as his hands worked, his mind drifted to the girl who had come yesterday asking for day-old bread. He hoped that the loaves he had sold her had been adequate, that she and whatever family she supported had eaten well. He thought about the pregnant woman with her 3 children and wondered how she would manage when the 4th child arrived, how any woman managed with so many mouths to feed and such limited resources. He thought about Mrs. Hartley and the mission, about the 20 loaves he would bake 3 times a week, about the people who would eat that bread and whether it would make any real difference in their lives. These thoughts were not particularly cheerful, for they forced him to confront the scale of poverty and need in the city around him, a scale so vast that his small effort seemed almost laughable. 20 loaves 3 times a week. A few loaves given away or sold below cost to those in desperate need. What did such gestures amount to in the face of thousands upon thousands of hungry people, of children growing up malnourished, of families crowded into single rooms in buildings that were falling apart, of men and women working themselves to exhaustion for wages that barely covered rent? And yet, he thought as he continued kneading, what else could one do except what was possible? He could not solve the larger problems of poverty and inequality. He could not reform the economic system or house the homeless or ensure that every child had enough to eat. But he could bake honest bread and sell it fairly and occasionally give some away to those who needed it most. He could treat his customers with respect and kindness. He could take pride in his work and do it as well as he was able. These were small things, but they were not nothing. They were what he had to offer, and he offered them. The dough kneaded and set aside to rise, he added more fuel to the oven and began preparing his second batch. The routine unfolded as it always did, reliable and familiar, and he moved through it with the calm focus that long practice had made possible. This was his life's work, this transformation of simple ingredients into nourishment, and he was content with it, or as content as anyone could reasonably expect to be. He had his health, such as it was. He had his wife and their modest home. He had work that mattered and skills that served. What more could any man ask? The darkness outside began its imperceptible thinning, the first hint that dawn was approaching, though it was still hours away. Mrs. Wickham would descend the stairs soon, bringing her candle and her capable presence, and together they would prepare for another day of serving their neighborhood, of baking and selling and occasionally giving, of doing what they could with what they had. The cycle continued, reliable as the turning of the earth, as necessary as breath. In the bakery on Tanner's Row, as in the bookshop on Grape Street, as in countless other small establishments throughout the vast city, the work went on, the daily labor that sustained urban life, that connected people through commerce and through the small kindnesses that commerce sometimes made possible. The bread would rise and be shaped and be baked. The shop would open and customers would come. Loaves would be sold and carried away to sustain families through another day. And tomorrow the cycle would repeat, and the day after, and the day after that, each day a small act of faith that the work mattered, that the bread was needed, that the effort to maintain these small corners of order and nourishment in the vast, chaotic city was worth making. Mr. Wickham straightened from his work and wiped his floury hands on his apron. The oven was heating nicely now, the bricks beginning to glow with absorbed warmth. The first batch of dough was rising under its cloth. The day was beginning, as it always began, in darkness and in work, in the quiet satisfaction of doing what needed to be done. And somewhere across the city, in his rooms above his bookshop, Mr. Thornbury slept peacefully, his day completed, his evening's reading finished, his own small contribution to the city's life accomplished. Tomorrow he would rise and open his shop and connect books with readers, just as Mr. Wickham would rise, had risen, and bake bread and connect sustenance with hunger. Different work, different neighborhoods, different lives, but united by the common thread of purposeful labor, of service offered and received, of the daily efforts that, accumulated across millions of people, made the vast, impossible city function and even, occasionally, flourish. The night continued its passage toward morning, carrying with it all the small stories and large struggles, all the dreams and fears and hopes of the people who made London their home. And in their small corners of it, the bookseller and the baker pursued their lives, modest lives perhaps, but lives lived with purpose and care, and that was enough, or had to be enough, for it was what they had, and they had learned long ago to be grateful for it. The dawn that arrived over Tanner's Row was much like the dawn that had arrived over Grape Street. Gradual, gray, unremarkable except in the fundamental fact of its arrival, which was always, when one thought about it properly, something of a small miracle. That the earth continued its turning, that the sun continued its rising, that each day followed the last in orderly succession, these were facts so reliable that they were rarely contemplated, yet they formed the foundation upon which all human activity rested. By the time Mrs. Wickham descended the stairs with her candle, the bakery had already begun its transformation from sleeping workspace to active production. The oven radiated heat that was now substantial rather than merely promised. The first batch of dough had risen properly and waited patiently for shaping. Mr. Wickham had swept the floor and arranged his tools and performed all the small preparatory tasks that would allow the morning's work to proceed smoothly. "Good morning," she said, setting her candle in its accustomed place. "Morning," he replied, his voice carrying the roughness it always held until he had been awake for several hours. "Oven's ready. Dough's ready. Should be a good day for it." She nodded and moved to begin her own work, the sweet buns and simple cakes that had become her particular domain over the years. They worked in their customary silence, the only sounds the scrape of implements on surfaces, the occasional crackle from the oven, the soft thuds of dough being shaped and placed on boards. Outside, the street remained dark and quiet, though somewhere not far away a milk cart was making its rounds, the bottles clinking in their familiar rhythm. The first batch of loaves went into the oven, and Mr. Wickham noted the time on the clock, beginning the mental calculation that would tell him when they needed to come out. While they baked, he prepared the next batch, his hands moving through the familiar sequence of actions, mixing and kneading and shaping, each motion efficient and economical, wasting neither energy nor materials. Mrs. Wickham had her pastries prepared and ready for their turn in the oven, arranged on trays with careful spacing to allow for rising and for air circulation. She moved to the shop front to begin the morning preparations there, and Mr. Wickham could hear the sound of her broom on the floorboards, the small noises of cleaning and arranging that would make the shop ready for customers. The smell of baking bread began to fill the bakery, and as always, Mr. Wickham felt a moment of satisfaction at this, for it was a good smell, a fundamental smell, speaking to something deep in human experience. He had read somewhere, years ago, that the smell of baking bread was one of the few scents that was universally appealing across all human cultures, that wherever people baked bread, and bread in some form was baked almost everywhere, they found its smell comforting and attractive. He did not know if this was true, but it seemed plausible, and he liked the idea that his work connected him not just to his immediate neighborhood but to some larger human tradition stretching back thousands of years. The first loaves came out golden and properly baked, and he set them on the cooling racks with the small sense of accomplishment that each successful batch brought. No matter how many loaves he had baked in his life, and the number must be in the tens of thousands by now, each batch still required attention and skill, still represented the possibility of failure if something went wrong. The fact that he so rarely failed was a testament to his experience, but it did not make success automatic or guaranteed. By the time he opened the shop door at 7 o'clock, propping it with the iron dog weight, the racks were already well stocked with the morning's production. The street outside was showing its first real signs of life. Several people were visible, heading to work or to early errands, their breath steaming in the cold air. The grocer across the way. For Tanner's Row, like Grape Street, had its grocer and its other shops, was opening his shutters, preparing for his own day of trade. The first customers arrived with their customary promptness, people who knew that early meant fresh and who organized their mornings to allow for this priority. Mr. Wickham served them with his usual efficiency, wrapping loaves and making change and offering the small courtesies that established him not merely as a tradesman but as a known and trusted member of the neighborhood's daily life. A woman he recognized as Mrs. Penrose, who lived 3 doors down and who had 8 children, came in and purchased 4 loaves, a quantity that suggested today was baking day at her house and she would be making these loaves stretch as far as possible through various dishes and strategies. He added an extra small loaf to her parcel without mentioning it, and she caught his eye with a look that acknowledged the gift while maintaining the dignity of not having to speak of it aloud. An elderly man, bent with age and moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints no longer worked as they once had, came in for his daily loaf. Mr. Wickham knew that this man lived alone in a single room, that his children had scattered to other parts of the city or beyond, that he survived on some small pension or charity and that his daily loaf, with perhaps a bit of cheese or a herring when he could afford it, constituted the bulk of his diet. He served the man with particular gentleness, taking time to wrap the bread carefully and to exchange a few words about the weather, small gestures of respect and recognition that cost nothing but that might, for all Mr. Wickham knew, represent the only human contact the old man would have that day. A young mother with twins, babies, really, no more than a year old, both of them carried in a sort of sling arrangement that allowed her to manage them both while keeping her hands relatively free. Came in and purchased bread with coins counted out carefully from a small purse. The babies stared at Mr. Wickham with the solemn, unblinking intensity that very young children sometimes display, and he found himself making a silly face at them without quite meaning to, rewarded when one of them broke into a sudden grin and the other, after a moment's consideration, followed suit. "They like you," the young mother said, smiling herself now. "They don't smile for everyone." "I am honored, Mr. Wickham replied, and he meant it, for there was something genuinely pleasing about being approved of by babies, who had not yet learned to dissemble or to offer false courtesy. The morning rush built and sustained itself through the early hours, each customer a small story, each transaction a brief moment of connection in the larger fabric of the day. Mr. Wickham served them all with patient attention, his large hands handling the bread with surprising gentleness, his voice offering greetings and small comments about the weather or the day's events, maintaining the social fabric that made a neighborhood more than just a collection of adjacent buildings. Around 9 o'clock, during a brief lull in the customer flow, Mrs. Wickham came from the back carrying a cup of tea she had prepared for her husband. He accepted it gratefully, wrapping his hands around the warm cup and taking a long sip, feeling the heat work its way through his tired body. They stood together behind the counter for a few moments, not speaking, simply being present to each other in the companionable silence of long marriage. "How's your back?" she asked after a moment. "Manageable," he replied, which was not quite the truth but was close enough to it. The pain was there, a constant dull ache, but it was not yet severe enough to prevent him from working, and so he worked. She looked at him with the clear-eyed assessment of someone who knew him too well to be fooled by evasion. "You should see someone about it," she said. "Perhaps," he agreed, knowing he would not, knowing she knew he would not, but appreciating her concern nonetheless. What could a doctor do for an aging baker's back except tell him to rest, and how could he rest when there was bread to bake and customers to serve and no one else to do the work? A customer entered, ending the brief respite, and they both returned to their respective tasks. The morning continued its course, gradually transitioning toward midday as the sun, though invisible, climbed higher behind its veil of cloud. The bread on the shelves diminished as it was purchased and carried away. The oven maintained its steady heat, batch after batch passing through its hot embrace and emerging transformed from pale dough into golden, substantial loaves. Around 11 o'clock, a commotion in the street drew Mr. Wickham's attention. Through the shop window, he could see a small crowd gathering, people pointing and talking in animated tones. He moved to the door to see what was happening and discovered that a cart loaded with barrels had lost a wheel, the cart tilting dangerously and the barrels threatening to roll into the street. The carter was red-faced and swearing, trying to figure out how to stabilize the situation while several bystanders offered conflicting advice. Mr. Wickham watched for a moment, then made a decision. He called to Mrs. Wickham that he was stepping out briefly, then moved into the street to help. Several other men had the same idea, and together they managed to brace the cart while the carter worked to secure the barrels and assess the damage to the wheel. It took perhaps 15 minutes during which the bakery stood unattended, but it seemed the right thing to do, and when the immediate crisis was resolved and the carter was grudgingly thanking those who had helped, Mr. Wickham felt no regret for the time spent. He returned to the bakery to find 2 customers waiting, and he apologized for his absence and served them quickly. Neither seemed bothered by having had to wait. Indeed, both had observed the situation in the street and expressed approval that he had gone to help. This was part of neighborhood life, this mutual assistance offered when needed, this understanding that sometimes the regular flow of commerce needed to be interrupted for more immediate concerns. The day moved toward afternoon, the light shifting subtly as the sun crossed its invisible meridian and began its descent toward evening. The bakery's pace slowed, as it always did in the afternoon hours, though there remained steady if reduced traffic from customers whose schedules brought them to shop at this time. Mr. Wickham used the quieter periods to clean work surfaces, to check his supplies, to prepare dough for the next day's baking. Around 2 o'clock, a well-dressed man entered the shop, someone Mr. Wickham did not recognize, which immediately marked him as not from the immediate neighborhood. The man looked around with an appraising air, taking in the modest shop, the simple shelves, the flour dust that hung faintly in the air despite regular sweeping. "Good afternoon," Mr. Wickham said. "What can I provide for you?" The man approached the counter with a certain self-assurance that suggested he was accustomed to being listened to. "Good afternoon. I am Mr. Pemberton, from the Consolidated Baking Company. I wonder if I might have a few moments of your time to discuss a business proposition." Mr. Wickham felt a small stirring of unease, for he had heard of the Consolidated Baking Company and others like it, large commercial concerns that were buying up small bakeries throughout London, consolidating them into centralized operations that could produce bread more cheaply through economies of scale and mechanization. He did not entirely understand how such businesses worked, but he understood enough to know that they represented a challenge to small operations like his own. "I'm listening," he said cautiously. Mr. Pemberton smiled, a professional smile that engaged his mouth but not his eyes. "The Consolidated Baking Company is expanding its operations in this district, and we have identified your bakery as a potentially valuable addition to our network. We would be prepared to make you a very fair offer for the business, including the premises, equipment, and goodwill. You would, of course, be compensated generously, and we might even be able to offer you employment as a manager of the location, should you wish to continue working." Mr. Wickham listened to this speech with growing discomfort. He understood what was being offered. Money in exchange for everything he had built, followed by the possibility of continuing to work in his own bakery but as an employee rather than as an owner, subject to the directions and policies of distant managers who cared nothing for the neighborhood or its people. "Thank you for the offer," he said slowly, "but I'm not interested in selling." Mr. Pemberton's smile did not falter, though something in his eyes hardened slightly. "Perhaps you should take some time to consider," he said. "The business environment is changing rapidly, Mr. Wickham. Small bakeries are finding it increasingly difficult to compete with larger operations that can offer lower prices and greater consistency. The Consolidated Baking Company represents the future of the industry, and those who align themselves with us will prosper, while those who try to stand alone may find themselves unable to sustain their businesses." There was a hint of threat in these words, veiled but unmistakable, and Mr. Wickham felt his jaw tighten. "I appreciate your concern for my welfare," he said, his voice carefully level, "but I have been baking bread in this shop for nearly 40 years, and I intend to continue doing so for as long as I am able. I am not interested in selling." Mr. Pemberton studied him for a moment, reassessing. "Very well," he said at last. "But should you change your mind, here is my card. The offer will remain open for the time being, though I cannot guarantee for how long." He placed a small printed card on the counter and departed without purchasing anything, leaving Mr. Wickham standing alone with a troubled feeling that the brief encounter had introduced something unwelcome into his previously comfortable day. Mrs. Wickham emerged from the back room where she had been working. "What did he want?" she asked, though her tone suggested she had heard enough to guess. "To buy the bakery," Mr. Wickham said. He picked up the card and looked at it. "Mr. J. Pemberton, Acquisitions Agent, Consolidated Baking Company," followed by an address in the city. He set it aside with a dismissive gesture. "I told him no." She nodded, unsurprised. They had discussed this before, when they had first begun hearing about the large baking companies and their expansion into new districts. They had agreed that they would not sell, that they would continue working as long as they were able, and that what happened after that would happen according to circumstances they could not control and therefore need not worry about prematurely. And yet, Mr. Wickham found himself worried despite this resolution. Mr. Pemberton's words about the changing business environment, about small bakeries finding it difficult to compete, had touched on concerns he had been trying to avoid acknowledging. He was getting older. The work was getting harder. And it was true that the large bakeries could produce bread more cheaply, even if the quality was not as good. How long could he continue to compete? How long before his customers, driven by economic necessity, began purchasing their bread from cheaper sources? He pushed these thoughts aside with conscious effort. There was still work to be done today, and worrying about an uncertain future would not help him complete it. He returned to his tasks, mixing dough for tomorrow's baking, cleaning surfaces, serving the occasional customer who entered the shop. But the unease remained, a small dark cloud at the edge of his awareness, threatening rain he could not yet feel but feared was coming. The afternoon moved toward evening, the light fading earlier now in the depth of winter, the cold intensifying as the sun withdrew whatever weak influence it had managed to exert during the day. Around 4 o'clock, Mrs. Hartley arrived as promised to collect her 20 loaves, bringing with her the same young man who had helped carry them the previous time. She examined the bread with evident satisfaction, paid promptly, and departed with warm thanks, and Mr. Wickham felt some of his troubled mood lift at this tangible evidence that his work mattered, that there were still people who valued honest bread honestly made. The last customers of the day trickled in as the church clock struck 5 and then 6. Mr. Wickham served them with his usual patience, though he was very tired now, his back aching persistently, his arms heavy from the day's lifting and kneading. When the last customer had departed and he judged that no more would come, he moved to the door and removed the iron dog, letting the door swing shut. The bolt shot home with its familiar solid sound, and the day's public business was complete. The evening clean-up proceeded as it always did, both Wickhams working to restore order to the bakery, to prepare it for the next day's labor. As he swept flour from the floor, Mr. Wickham found his thoughts returning to Mr. Pemberton and his offer, to the implied threat of competition from larger companies, to the question of how much longer he could continue this work. He glanced at his wife, who was wiping down the counter with methodical care, and he wondered what she was thinking, whether she shared his concerns or whether she had already moved past them. She caught his glance and smiled slightly, and in that smile he found some reassurance, some reminder that they had faced difficulties before and had managed them together, and that whatever challenges the future held, they would face those together as well. They finished their work and climbed the stairs to their rooms, leaving the bakery clean and quiet behind them. The evening would be like countless other evenings. A simple meal, a bit of rest by the fire, the small domestic routines that filled the hours between work and sleep. And tomorrow would bring another day, another round of mixing and kneading and baking, another stream of customers, another opportunity to do what they had always done, make honest bread and sell it fairly and occasionally give some away to those who needed it most. The questions about the future could wait. The concerns about competition and changing business environments and their own aging bodies could wait. For now, there was only the present moment, the completed day, the earned rest, and the knowledge that they had done their work well and would do it again tomorrow. That was sufficient, or had to be, for it was what they had. Down in the bakery, the oven cooled slowly, releasing its accumulated heat into the surrounding air. The tools rested in their places, clean and ready for morning. The shelves stood empty, waiting to be filled again with tomorrow's bread. And outside, Tanner's Row settled into its evening quiet, the shops closing one by one, the workers returning home, the neighborhood gathering itself for the night. The lamplighter made his rounds, his ladder clattering against the lamp posts, his pole reaching up to ignite each gas jet, creating small islands of light in the gathering darkness. The lamps would burn through the night, their steady flames maintained by the mechanism set during his rounds, standing watch over the sleeping street until morning came again and the cycle resumed. In their rooms above the bakery, the Wickhams sat by their fire, not talking much, simply being together in the comfortable silence of long companionship. The day had been long and demanding, as days always were, and they were tired, as they were always tired at day's end. But they had their modest home and their modest business and each other, and these things, while not perhaps grand or exciting, were solid and reliable and sufficient. Mr. Wickham thought about the bread he would bake tomorrow, about the customers he would serve, about the 20 loaves that would go to Mrs. Hartley and the mission, about all the small ways his work connected him to the larger life of the neighborhood and the city. It was not so different, really, from what Mr. Thornberry did in his bookshop, connecting books with readers. Both of them were serving basic human needs, nourishment for the body, nourishment for the mind, and both were doing it with care and attention, treating their customers as people rather than merely as sources of income. The fire burned down, and the clock marked the passing hours, and eventually they prepared for bed, their movements slow with fatigue. In a few hours, Mr. Wickham would rise again and return to the bakery, and the cycle would continue, day after day, for as long as they were able. It was a modest life, perhaps, but it was their life, honestly lived and honorably conducted, and they asked nothing more of it than what it already gave them: purposeful work, modest comfort, and the satisfaction of knowing that their labor mattered to the people they served. The night deepened over Tanner's Row, over Grape Street, over all the vast sprawling city, covering everything equally in its darkness. In their separate corners of London, the bookseller and the baker slept, their days completed, their small contributions made, their places in the great urban tapestry maintained. Tomorrow would bring another day, another round of work and service, another opportunity to do what they did well and to do it with care. And somewhere in the darkness, in rooms and houses throughout the city, people slept with bellies filled by the baker's bread, or sat reading by their fires with books purchased from the bookseller, or prepared to do so tomorrow, or the day after, connected to these two men and countless others like them through the invisible threads of commerce and service that bound the city together and made it, despite all its problems and inequalities, a place where life could be lived and where work could have meaning. The church clocks throughout London chimed their various hours, never quite in unison, creating a cascade of bells that marked time's passage with bronze-tongued insistence. The gas lamps burned. The darkness held. And beneath it all, the city breathed, that vast organism of human lives and human effort, sustained by 10,000 small labors performed faithfully day after day, the work of booksellers and bakers and all the countless others who did what needed doing and asked only to be allowed to continue. Morning would come, as it always did. The cycle would resume. The bread would be baked and the books would be sold and life would continue its complex patterns. But for now, in the deep hours of the night, there was only darkness and rest, the necessary pause before the work began again. The city slept, or nearly slept, and in that near sleep it gathered its strength for another day, another round of the ancient dance between labor and rest, between work and renewal, between giving and receiving that made urban life possible. The bookseller and the baker were part of that dance, small dancers perhaps, but dancers nonetheless, and their steps mattered, their presence mattered, their work mattered. And that, when all was said and done, was enough. It had to be enough. It was what they had, and they had learned to be grateful for it, to find in their modest lives and modest work something worth preserving, worth protecting, worth getting up for at 3 o'clock in the morning when the darkness was complete and the world seemed very far away. The night continued its passage, carrying with it all the dreams and fears and hopes of the city's inhabitants, and somewhere in that vast darkness, in the quiet hours before dawn, the promise of another day waited, patient and inevitable, ready to unfold when its time came. The dawn that broke over London on the following day arrived with a subtle difference that only the most attentive observer might have noticed. The quality of the cold had changed slightly, carrying with it a dampness that suggested snow might be approaching, though the sky showed no immediate sign of precipitation, remaining its usual impenetrable gray. In the streets, this shift in the air made people pull their coats a bit tighter, made their breath seem to hang a moment longer before dissipating, made the cobblestones seem somehow more slippery even where no ice was visible. Mr. Thornbury, rising at his customary hour and moving through his morning rituals with the automatic efficiency of long habit, noticed the change when he opened the window slightly to admit fresh air into the bookshop. The cold that entered was different from yesterday's cold, wetter somehow, more penetrating. He closed the window more quickly than usual and returned to building up the fire, adding an extra lump of coal to compensate for the increased chill. The shop settled into its morning routine. Books were straightened, though they had not been disturbed during the night. Dust was attended to, though there was never very much of it given how often he cleaned. The counter was arranged with its usual implements, ledger, pens, blotter, the small lamp that would be lit when the natural light began to fail. These were gestures more ritual than practical, ways of marking the transition from night to day, from private time to public readiness. The first customer of the day arrived shortly after opening, a regular patron whose visits had become as predictable as the church clock's chimes. Mr. Hargrove was a retired schoolmaster who lived in rooms not far from Grape Street and who seemed to spend much of his pension on books. He entered with his customary greeting and moved immediately to the history section, where he browsed with the concentrated attention of someone who knew exactly what interested him and what did not. Mr. Thornbury left him to his browsing, understanding that Mr. Hargrove preferred to be allowed to search on his own, emerging only when he had found something or when he wished to discuss some question of historical interpretation that had arisen from his recent reading. Today it was perhaps 20 minutes before Mr. Hargrove approached the counter carrying a volume on the French Revolution. "I have been trying to understand the Terror, Mr. Hargrove said without preamble, opening the book to a marked page. The mechanics of it, if you will. How does a society arrive at such a state? How do ordinary people come to participate in extraordinary violence? This was typical of Mr. Hargrove's visits. He did not simply purchase books, he used them as occasions for discussion, for working through ideas that occupied his retired mind. Mr. Thornbury, who enjoyed these conversations more than he would have admitted, settled into his position behind the counter and considered the question. "I imagine," he said slowly, "that it happens gradually, through small steps rather than great leaps. Each action justified by the previous one, each excess explained as necessary given the circumstances. Until one day the participants look around and find themselves in a place they never intended to reach." Mr. Hargrove nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, the incremental nature of it. That makes sense. And yet there must also be something in the circumstances themselves, something that makes such progression possible in one time and place but not in others." They discussed the matter for some minutes, ranging across history and human nature, touching on contemporary events and ancient precedents, neither of them claiming any special expertise but both finding pleasure in the exercise of thought and the exchange of ideas. Eventually Mr. Hargrove purchased the book. He always did, these discussions serving as a kind of sampling before commitment, and departed with promises to return when he had finished reading it and was ready to discuss its conclusions. The morning continued with a steady if unspectacular flow of customers. A young woman seeking a gift for her father. An older gentleman browsing without apparent purpose but with evident enjoyment. A clerk from one of the nearby offices who came in during what was apparently his break from work and purchased a cheap edition of poetry, something to read during his lunch hours perhaps, or in the evening when his work was done. Each transaction was different, requiring its own particular approach, its own balance of assistance and independence, its own brief moment of human connection across the counter. Mr. Thornbury attended to each with the same careful courtesy, never rushing anyone, never making anyone feel that their custom was insufficiently important to merit his full attention. Around mid-morning, as he was dusting one of the shelves, a task that was never truly finished, for dust was as constant as time itself, a sound from the street made him pause and move to the window. A cart had stopped outside, and the driver was unloading several wooden crates with the help of a young assistant. Mr. Thornbury watched for a moment in puzzlement before realizing that the delivery was not for his shop but for the tailor's workshop above. Still, he remained at the window, watching as the crates were carried into the building's entrance, wondering idly what they might contain. Fabric, perhaps, or thread, or whatever materials tailors required for their work. His attention was caught by a figure further down the street, a woman standing outside the bakery that he had noticed several days earlier. She was not the same woman he had seen before, or perhaps she was, he could not be certain at this distance, but her posture conveyed a similar quality of distress or uncertainty. As he watched, the bakery's door opened and someone, the baker's wife, he thought, though again the distance made certainty impossible, emerged and spoke to the woman, then gently guided her inside. Mr. Thornbury felt again that small stirring of concern, mixed now with curiosity. What was it about that bakery that drew people in distress? Or was it simply that any establishment that remained open and welcoming became, by default, a place where people might seek help or at least a moment's respite from whatever troubled them? He thought of his own shop and wondered whether it served a similar function, whether the people who entered seeking books were sometimes seeking something else as well, companionship, perhaps, or simply a quiet place to exist for a few minutes away from the demands and difficulties of their lives. The thought was not entirely comfortable, for it suggested responsibilities beyond the simple commercial transaction of books for money. And yet, he acknowledged to himself, those responsibilities existed whether he acknowledged them or not. When Mr. Hargrove came to discuss the French Revolution, he was seeking more than just a book. When the young clerk purchased his poetry collection, he was perhaps seeking beauty or meaning or escape. When any customer entered the shop, they brought with them the fullness of their lives and their needs, and while Mr. Thornbury could not address all of those needs, he could at least create a space where people felt welcome and respected and heard. He turned away from the window and returned to his dusting, but the thought remained with him, adding a new dimension to his understanding of his work. It was not just about books, though books were certainly central. It was about maintaining a particular kind of space in the world, a space that operated according to certain values. Patience, courtesy, honest dealing, respect for knowledge and for the people who sought it. These values might seem small or old-fashioned in the modern world that was emerging around him, but they were no less important for being unfashionable. The day moved toward noon, and Mr. Thornbury prepared his simple lunch, eating as he always did standing at the counter, ready to set aside his meal if a customer entered. The street outside was busier now, people going about their midday business, the cold driving them to move quickly from one destination to another rather than lingering in the open air. He watched them pass, the familiar faces and the unfamiliar, the hurried and the leisurely, the prosperous and the struggling, and felt himself part of this great flowing river of urban life, one small steady presence on its bank. In the early afternoon, during a lull in customers, he took up the task he had been postponing, examining more carefully the books that had been delivered from Porter and Sons. He had done a preliminary assessment, but now he wanted to look more closely, to read sample pages, to evaluate not just the physical condition but the quality and character of the contents. This was work he enjoyed, this careful evaluation, this exercise of judgment and taste. One book in particular caught his attention. A collection of essays on natural philosophy, published in the 1790s, dealing with topics that ranged from astronomy to botany to the nature of light. The prose was elegant, the observations careful and thoughtful, the whole work demonstrating that quality of educated curiosity that characterized the best of 18th-century scientific writing. The book was in good condition, its binding sound, its pages clean. He judged it would appeal to his more intellectually inclined customers, people like Mr. Hargrove who read to learn rather than merely to pass time. He set it aside in the group of books he would definitely keep, pricing it in his mind at a level that reflected both its quality and the likely size of his market for such works. As he did so, he found himself thinking about the person who had originally owned this book, who had purchased it new perhaps 60 or 70 years ago and had read it and shelved it and eventually, through death or some other circumstance, had released it back into circulation. The book had outlived its original owner and would likely outlive Mr. Thornbury as well, passing from hand to hand, each owner a temporary custodian of the knowledge and craft it contained. There was something both humbling and comforting about this thought. Humbling because it reminded him of his own mortality, of the limited time any person had on earth. Comforting because it suggested that work done well had a life beyond its creator, that care taken in making or preserving something beautiful or useful was never entirely wasted, even if the person who took that care was forgotten. He continued his examination of the other books, making notes, adjusting prices, occasionally setting a volume aside to read more extensively later. This work took him through the early afternoon, interrupted only by occasional customers, until around 3 o'clock when the door opened and a man entered whom Mr. Thornbury did not immediately recognize but who seemed vaguely familiar, as though they had met briefly long ago. The man was perhaps 50, dressed in clothing that suggested modest prosperity, a professional man of some sort. He looked around the shop with evident pleasure, taking in the shelves and their contents with the attention of someone who genuinely cared about books. "Good afternoon," Mr. Thornbury said. "Welcome. Please let me know if I can assist you in any way." "Good afternoon," the man replied. "I am actually not certain what I am looking for. I find myself with an unexpected free afternoon and thought I would spend it among books. Is that permitted?" He smiled as he said this, acknowledging the slight absurdity of asking permission to browse in a bookshop. "It is not only permitted but encouraged," Mr. Thornbury replied. "Take whatever time you need. I am here if you have questions." The man nodded his thanks and began a slow circuit of the shop, pausing frequently to examine titles, occasionally taking down a volume to look at more closely. Mr. Thornbury returned to his work, but kept part of his attention on the customer, not to supervise him but simply to be ready to assist if needed. After perhaps 20 minutes, the man approached the counter carrying 3 books, the essay collection on natural philosophy that Mr. Thornbury had just been examining, a volume of biography, and a work on British history. He set them on the counter with evident satisfaction. "These will do nicely," he said. "I have been meaning to read more systematically, to educate myself properly rather than simply reading whatever happens to come to hand. Your collection seems well suited to that purpose." Mr. Thornbury felt a small glow of pleasure at this, for it suggested that his curation of the shop's stock, his selection of books that were substantial without being overly specialized, accessible without being simplistic, had achieved its intended purpose. "I am glad to hear it," he said. "These are all sound volumes, written by people who knew their subjects well and could explain them clearly." They discussed the books briefly as Mr. Thornbury tallied the prices and wrapped them in brown paper. The man paid without haggling, adding a small additional amount, "for your knowledge and assistance," which Mr. Thornbury tried to refuse but was pressed to accept. When the man departed, Mr. Thornbury found himself in an unusually good mood, cheered by the encounter and by the evidence that there were still people who valued books and knowledge and the kind of careful curation his shop represented. The afternoon moved toward evening, the light fading earlier each day as winter deepened its hold on the city. Mr. Thornbury lit the lamp on his counter and moved through his closing routines, these familiar gestures that marked the transition from public business to private rest. He banked the fire, checked the window latches, drew the curtain, made his final entries in the ledger for the day. The day's receipts were good, not exceptional but solid, the sort of steady income that sustained the business and allowed him to continue. He thought about the customer who had spent an unexpected afternoon in the shop, about Mr. Hargrove and his questions about the terror, about all the small transactions and interactions that had filled the hours. Each one mattered, he thought. Each one was a thread in the larger fabric of his life and work. He climbed the stairs to his rooms, his legs heavy from standing all day, and prepared his evening meal. The fire he had lit that morning was still burning, maintained by coals added periodically through the day, and the sitting room was comfortably warm. He ate without much attention to the food, his mind already turning toward the book that waited for him, Boswell still, for he was a slow reader and the volume was substantial. As he settled into his chair with the book open on his lap, he allowed himself a moment of simple gratitude. He had his shop, his books, his modest comfort. He had work that engaged his mind and connected him to other people in ways that mattered. He had his health, adequate if not robust. He had his routines and his solitude and his evening hours of reading. These were not grand things, perhaps, but they were his, and they were sufficient. Outside his window, Grape Street settled into its evening quiet, the shops closing, the workers returning home, the lamplighter making his rounds. The gas lamps bloomed into light one by one, creating small islands of illumination in the gathering darkness. Somewhere in the city, in rooms and houses throughout the vast sprawl, people were doing what he was doing, settling in for the evening, preparing meals, reading or talking or simply resting after the day's labors. And somewhere across the city, in the bakery on Tanner's Row, Mr. Wickham was likely doing much the same, having completed his day's work, having served his customers, now resting in his own rooms above his own shop. Two men, unknown to each other, pursuing similar lives in different corners of the same city, connected by the common thread of honest work honestly done. Mr. Thornbury opened his book and began to read, letting Boswell's prose carry him back to 18th-century London, to Dr. Johnson and his circle, to conversations and debates that had taken place decades before he was born but that felt, through the magic of preserved words, as immediate and alive as though they were happening in the room with him. This was the gift of books, this ability to transcend time and place, to connect past and present, to make the dead speak and the distant near. The fire burned steadily, consuming its fuel with patient efficiency. The clock ticked its way through the evening hours. The street outside grew quieter as the night deepened. And Mr. Thornbury read on, occasionally pausing to reread a particularly fine passage or to consider some question the text had raised, his mind engaged and his body at rest, the day behind him and sleep eventually ahead, and between them these quiet hours that were perhaps the best hours of all. Across the city, in his own rooms, Mr. Wickham was not reading. His eyes were too tired for that, and besides, reading had never been his particular pleasure, but he was resting too, sitting by his fire with Mrs. Wickham beside him, the two of them sharing the companionable silence of long marriage. They did not need to talk. They had talked enough over the years to have covered most subjects that mattered, and now they were content simply to be together, to share the warmth of the fire and the satisfaction of work completed and the knowledge that tomorrow would bring another day much like this one. The city breathed around them both, vast and complex and endlessly varied, containing within its bounds every sort of human experience, every degree of wealth and poverty, success and failure, joy and sorrow. But in their small corners of it, the bookseller and the baker had found their places, had carved out lives that suited them, had established routines that gave structure and meaning to the passage of days. Neither of them was doing anything remarkable. Neither was changing the world or achieving fame or accumulating wealth. They were simply doing their work, day after day, serving their customers, maintaining their modest businesses, living their lives with as much honesty and care as they could manage. And if this seemed ordinary, well, perhaps the ordinary was not so common as one might think, perhaps the ability to live a decent life and do one's work well and treat people fairly was itself an achievement worth recognizing. The night deepened. The fires burned down. Eventually, at their respective times, both men prepared for bed, moving through the familiar rituals of ending the day. Spectacles were removed and set aside. Clothes were changed for nightshirts. Faces were washed in cold water. Prayers were perhaps said, or perhaps not, for both men were private in their spirituality if they had any. And then sleep claimed them both, carrying them down into its darkness, giving them rest to restore their bodies for the work that would begin again in just a few hours. The city slept too, or nearly slept, that vast organism of human lives settling into its nocturnal rhythms, the clamor of day giving way to the quieter sounds of night. The church clocks chimed their hours. The gas lamps burned. The darkness held. And in that darkness, in those quiet hours, the city gathered its strength for another day, another round of labor and commerce and all the complex interactions that made urban life possible. Morning would come. The bookseller would open his shop and the baker would fire his ovens. Customers would come seeking books or bread, and both men would serve them with patience and care. The great cycle would continue, as it had continued for generations, as it would continue for generations more, each day adding its small increment to the accumulation of human effort and human connection that was the city's true substance. For now, though, there was only darkness and rest, only the necessary pause before the work began again. The bookseller slept in his narrow bed, dreaming perhaps of catalogues and customers, of shelves perfectly organized and books finding their way to readers who would value them. The baker slept in his bed, his wife beside him, dreaming perhaps of golden loaves emerging from the oven, of customers satisfied, of bread shared and hunger appeased. And the city slept around them both, holding them in its vast embrace, this London that was home to millions, this impossible aggregation of human lives and human dreams, sustained day by the work of ordinary people doing ordinary things extraordinarily well, by booksellers and bakers and countless others whose names would never be remembered but whose work made everything else possible. The night continued its passage, patient and inevitable, carrying with it all the dreams and fears and hopes of the sleeping city. And somewhere in that vast darkness, morning waited, ready to unfold when its time came, bringing with it another day, another opportunity for work and service, another round of the ancient dance between labor and rest that had sustained human life since the beginning of time. The church clock at St. Giles struck 2, then 3, and then Mr. Wickham's eyes opened, as they always did, without need for any external signal. His body knew the hour, knew what was required, and brought him up from sleep with smooth efficiency. He rose, dressed in the darkness, descended the familiar stairs, and entered the bakery where another day's work waited to begin. The oven needed waking, the coals stirring back to life. Dough needed mixing, kneading, shaping. Bread needed baking. Customers needed serving. The work was endless, but it was also endlessly renewable, each day bringing its own completion, its own small satisfactions. He moved through the familiar motions, his hands knowing what to do without conscious direction, and as he worked, he felt the day gathering itself around him, preparing to unfold. Across the city, Mr. Thornbury still slept, for his day would not begin for several hours yet. But when it did begin, it would bring its own work, its own customers, its own satisfactions. Different work, different rhythms, but animated by the same fundamental impulse, to do something useful, to do it well, to serve others through one's labor. The darkness outside the bakery windows remained absolute, showing no hint yet of the dawn that would eventually come. But Mr. Wickham did not need dawn to begin his work. He had his candle, his oven, his practiced hands, and his knowledge of what needed doing. That was sufficient. That was enough. The day would come when it came, and when it did, he would be ready for it, with bread baked and shelves stocked and the shop prepared to open. This was his life. This was his work. And he was content with it, or as content as anyone could reasonably expect to be. The bread rose, the oven heated, and another day began, ordinary and necessary and, in its way, enough. The hours before dawn in the bakery had a particular quality that Mr. Wickham had never quite been able to articulate, even to himself. It was not simply the darkness, though the darkness was certainly part of it, nor the cold that pressed against the windows and walls, seeking entrance wherever it could find weakness. It was something more, something to do with the sense of being awake and working while the rest of the world slept, of being engaged in purposeful labor while others rested, of creating something necessary in the hours when necessity was perhaps most keenly felt. He moved through his tasks with the steady, unhurried pace of long experience. The first batch of dough was mixed and set aside to rise. The oven was building its heat, the bricks absorbing warmth that they would release slowly and steadily through the morning's baking. The work surfaces were clean and ready. Everything proceeded according to the pattern established over decades of repetition, each action following naturally from the one before it, the whole process flowing like water following its accustomed channel. Mrs. Wickham descended the stairs at her usual time, her candle casting wavering shadows across the bakery walls. She greeted him with her customary good morning, and together they continued the work, each attending to their particular domain. He shaped loaves while she prepared her pastries and sweet buns. He fed the oven while she swept the shop front. They moved around each other with the practiced coordination of people who had worked side by side for so many years that words were often unnecessary, each anticipating what the other needed, each compensating for the other's movements. The first batch of loaves went into the oven, and the smell of baking bread began to fill the bakery, that warm, fundamental aroma that never failed to give Mr. Wickham a small sense of satisfaction. This was what he did. This was what he had always done. Take simple ingredients, flour and water and salt and yeast, and transform them through heat and skill and patience into something nourishing and necessary. It was ancient work, work that connected him not just to his neighborhood but to every baker who had ever lived, stretching back through centuries and millennia to the first person who had thought to grind grain and mix it with water and bake it over fire. As the dawn began its gradual approach, thinning the darkness outside by imperceptible degrees, Mr. Wickham found his thoughts returning to the previous day's encounter with Mr. Pemberton from the Consolidated Baking Company. The man's words had lodged themselves in his mind like small thorns, uncomfortable and difficult to ignore. The business environment is changing. Small bakeries are finding it increasingly difficult to compete. Those who try to stand alone may find themselves unable to sustain their businesses. Were these words true? Mr. Wickham did not know enough about the larger business world to judge with confidence. He knew his own situation well enough. The bakery provided a modest living but not much more than that, and it required constant labor to maintain even that modest return. He was getting older, his body less able to sustain the physical demands of the work. And it was true that he had noticed a few customers mentioning the large commercial bakeries, commenting on their lower prices, though most seemed to prefer his bread despite the slightly higher cost. But what would happen when he could no longer do the work? He and Mrs. Wickham had no children to take over the business. They had discussed this before, usually concluding that they would work as long as they could and then sell the bakery to someone else, someone younger who could continue the tradition. But what if there was no one who wanted to buy a small bakery in an age of large commercial operations? What if the only buyer was a company like Consolidated, which would transform it into something entirely different, just another outlet in a chain, the bread baked elsewhere and merely sold from these premises? He pushed these thoughts aside with conscious effort, focusing instead on the immediate task of checking the loaves in the oven. They were baking nicely, their surfaces beginning to brown, the familiar hollow sound when he tapped one with his knuckle indicating that they were developing properly. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at this, at the simple fact of doing his work well, before returning to the next batch of dough that needed shaping. Mrs. Wickham had finished her pastries and was now arranging them on trays, ready for their turn in the oven. She glanced at him and seemed to read something in his expression, for she paused in her work and looked at him more directly. "You're worrying again," she said. It was not a question. "Am I that obvious?" he replied, attempting a lightness he did not quite feel. "After 30 years, yes," she said. "Is it that man from yesterday? The one who wanted to buy the bakery?" He nodded slowly. "His words keep coming back to me. About small bakeries struggling, about the business environment changing. I wonder if he was right, if we're simply holding on to something that has no future." She was quiet for a moment, considering this. Then she said, "Perhaps he was right about the larger trends. I don't know enough to say. But I know that our bread is good, that our customers value it, that we provide something worth having. As long as that remains true, surely the work is worth doing." "And when I can no longer do it?" he asked. "When my back finally gives out entirely, or when I simply become too old to wake at 3 every morning. Then we will face that situation when it arrives," she said firmly. "But borrowing trouble from the future helps no one. Today we have work to do. Today we have customers to serve. Let tomorrow worry about itself." It was practical wisdom, the kind that had sustained them through many difficulties over the years, and Mr. Wickham accepted it with a nod, though he could not quite banish his concerns entirely. Still, she was right that there was work to be done, and he returned to it with renewed focus, determined to do it as well as he was able for as long as he was able. The dawn arrived properly now, the sky lightening to its customary winter gray, the darkness withdrawing reluctantly before the advancing day. The first loaves came out of the oven golden and properly baked, and Mr. Wickham set them on the cooling racks with the satisfaction of work done well. The second batch went in, the third was shaped and waiting, and the bakery was on schedule for opening at 7 o'clock. When the time came, he opened the shop door and propped it with the iron dog, and almost immediately the first customers began to arrive. The familiar faces, the regular purchasers who came every morning for their daily bread, and Mr. Wickham served them with his customary patience, wrapping loaves and making change and offering small courtesies that acknowledged them as people rather than merely as transactions. Among the morning's customers was a man Mr. Wickham had seen before but did not know well, someone from a few streets over who occasionally purchased bread when his route took him past the bakery. Today the man seemed troubled, his face drawn with worry, and when Mr. Wickham handed him his wrapped loaf, the man hesitated before speaking. "I wonder," he said slowly, "if I might ask your advice on something. It's not related to bread, exactly, but you strike me as a sensible man, and I find myself in need of a sensible opinion." Mr. Wickham was surprised but not unwilling. "I'll help if I can," he said. "What's troubling you?" The man glanced around as though checking whether anyone else was listening, though the shop was empty of other customers at that moment. "My son," he said. "He's 14, just finished his schooling such as it was. He wants to apprentice as a carpenter, says he has a feel for working with wood. But I wonder if that's wise, with all these factories opening, all this machinery replacing hand labor? Should I encourage him to learn a trade that might not exist in 20 years, or should I push him towards something more modern, even if it's not what he wants? Mr. Wickham felt the weight of the question, recognizing in it echoes of his own concerns about the future of his bakery, about the tension between traditional skills and modern efficiency. He was quiet for a moment, considering carefully, for advice given to someone about their child's future was not something to be offered lightly. "I think," he said at last, "that a man who learns to do something well with his hands, who develops real skill at a craft, will always find a way to make a living. The world may change, and the demand for particular skills may rise or fall, but quality work done with care and attention will always be valued by someone. And there's something to be said for a man being able to do work he takes pride in, work that engages him, rather than work he merely tolerates for the sake of wages." The man nodded slowly, considering this. "You don't think the factories will replace everything, then?" "They may replace many things," Mr. Wickham acknowledged. "But they won't replace everything, and they won't necessarily do everything better. There will always be people who want something made properly, made individually, made with attention to their particular needs. A carpenter who knows his craft will find those people." "That's what I hoped you'd say," the man admitted. "I think my son has the makings of a good carpenter, and I'd hate to discourage him simply because I'm worried about the future. Thank you for your time." He departed with his bread, and Mr. Wickham returned to his work, but the conversation stayed with him, reinforcing what Mrs. Wickham had said earlier about doing good work and trusting that it would find its value. Perhaps he had been letting Mr. Pemberton's words affect him too much, allowing fear of an uncertain future to diminish his appreciation of the present. The morning rush continued, each customer bringing their own needs and their own small stories. A woman purchasing bread for a large family, counting her coins carefully and accepting with quiet gratitude when Mr. Wickham added a small extra loaf without adjusting the price. An elderly man who moved slowly and with difficulty but who insisted on walking to the bakery every morning because, as he had once explained to Mr. Wickham, it gave his day structure and purpose. A young apprentice sent by his master to purchase bread for the workshop, carrying a written list and money wrapped in cloth, his face serious with the responsibility of getting the errand right. Around mid-morning, Mrs. Hartley arrived, though it was not one of her scheduled days for collecting bread. She entered with an apologetic expression and approached the counter where Mrs. Wickham was working. "I hope I'm not being a nuisance," she said, "but I wanted to speak with Mr. Wickham if he has a moment. It concerns the arrangement we've made." Mr. Wickham emerged from the back room, wiping flour from his hands. "Is there a problem with the bread?" he asked, concerned that something had gone wrong with the previous delivery. "Oh no, not at all," Mrs. Hartley assured him quickly. "The bread has been excellent, exactly what we needed. But I wanted to discuss expanding the arrangement, if that's possible. We've found that the demand is greater than we anticipated. People are coming specifically because they've heard we have good bread available, and we're running out before everyone can be served. Would you be able to provide 30 loaves 3 times a week instead of 20? Mr. Wickham calculated quickly in his head. 30 loaves 3 times a week was a substantial commitment, 90 loaves per week dedicated to the mission. It would require adjusting his schedule, perhaps starting his mornings even earlier than he already did, certainly increasing the physical demands of the work. And yet, the thought of providing more bread to people who needed it, of expanding this small act of service, appealed to him strongly. "I can do 30 loaves," he said. It will require some adjustment to my schedule, but it's manageable. Same prices as before. If you're willing, Mrs. Hartley said. Though I must confess I sometimes wonder if we're taking advantage of your generosity. The prices you've set are quite fair, more than fair really. They're fair enough, Mr. Wickham replied. I'm making a small profit, which is appropriate, and you're doing good work that deserves support. We'll call it 30 loaves starting with the next delivery. Mrs. Hartley's relief and gratitude were evident. They discussed a few details about timing and payment, and then she departed, thanking him profusely. When she had gone, Mrs. Wickham looked at her husband with an expression that mixed exasperation and affection. 90 loaves a week for the mission, she said. On top of everything else. You'll work yourself to death. Perhaps, he acknowledged. But I'll die doing something worthwhile. She sighed but did not argue further, and they returned to their respective tasks. The morning moved toward noon, the familiar rhythm of work and customers continuing its course. Mr. Wickham found himself thinking about the conversation with Mrs. Hartley, about the fact that his bread was helping to feed people who might otherwise go hungry, and he felt a renewed sense of purpose that pushed aside his earlier worries about the future. Whatever happened eventually, right now he was doing work that mattered, and that was sufficient. The afternoon brought its usual lull, and Mr. Wickham used the time to plan how he would adjust his schedule to accommodate the increased commitment to the mission. He would need to wake slightly earlier, perhaps 2:30 instead of 3 o'clock, to ensure he had sufficient time to prepare the extra loaves. He would need to order additional flour and other supplies. These were practical considerations, manageable challenges, and working through them gave him something concrete to focus on rather than abstract worries about changing business environments and uncertain futures. Around 3 o'clock, as he was mixing yet another batch of dough, a young boy appeared at the bakery door, out of breath as though he had been running. "Please sir," he gasped, "Mrs. Brennan sent me. She says can you come quick? Her husband's taken ill and she needs help." Mr. Wickham knew Mrs. Brennan slightly, a woman who lived several streets over and who occasionally purchased bread from his shop. He glanced at Mrs. Wickham, who nodded her understanding, and then wiped his hands clean and followed the boy out into the street. They hurried through the narrow lanes, the boy leading the way with the sure-footedness of someone who knew every shortcut and alley in the neighborhood. They arrived at a building even more shabby than most in the area, its bricks crumbling, its windows patched with paper where glass had broken and not been replaced. The boy led him up a narrow staircase to a room on the second floor, where they found Mrs. Brennan kneeling beside a mattress on the floor where her husband lay, his face pale and his breathing labored. "Thank you for coming," Mrs. Brennan said, looking up at Mr. Wickham with eyes red from crying. "I didn't know who else to ask. The doctor wants 2 shillings to make a call, and we haven't got it. I thought maybe you might know what to do, or at least—" She trailed off, unable to articulate what exactly she had hoped he might do. Mr. Wickham knelt beside the mattress and looked at the sick man, trying to assess the situation. He was not a doctor and had no medical training, but he had lived long enough to have seen many illnesses, and he could recognize serious trouble when he saw it. "How long has he been like this?" he asked. "Since yesterday evening," Mrs. Brennan replied. "He came home from work complaining of chest pains, and by nightfall he could hardly breathe. He's been getting worse through the night and all day today." Mr. Wickham considered the situation carefully. The man clearly needed medical attention, attention that Mr. Wickham was not qualified to provide. But the family had no money for a doctor, and without help the man might well die. He made his decision quickly, knowing it would deplete his modest savings but unable to see any other acceptable course of action. "I'll pay for the doctor," he said. "Where does he practice?" Mrs. Brennan stared at him in disbelief. "You do that? But we hardly know each other. How would we ever repay you?" "We'll worry about that later," Mr. Wickham said. "Right now your husband needs help. Where's the doctor?" She gave him the address, and he sent the boy running to fetch the doctor with the message that his fee would be guaranteed. Then he stayed with Mrs. Brennan and her husband, doing what little he could to make the sick man more comfortable, speaking quietly to Mrs. Brennan about practical matters to help distract her from her worry. The doctor arrived perhaps 20 minutes later, a harried-looking man carrying a black bag. He examined the patient quickly and efficiently, then straightened with a grave expression. "It's his heart," he said. "I can give him something to ease his breathing and reduce the strain, but he'll need complete rest for several weeks at least. No work, no exertion of any kind. And even then—" He trailed off, leaving the uncertain prognosis unspoken. He administered medication from his bag, gave Mrs. Brennan instructions for the patient's care, and collected his 2 shillings from Mr. Wickham. When the doctor had gone, Mrs. Brennan turned to Mr. Wickham with tears streaming down her face. "I don't know how to thank you," she said. "Without your help, he might have. I don't even want to think about it." "No thanks are necessary," Mr. Wickham replied, though this was not entirely true. Her gratitude mattered to him, as did the knowledge that he had helped when help was needed. "Focus on caring for your husband. And if you need bread, come to the bakery. We'll make an arrangement that works for your circumstances." He left them then, making his way back through the narrow streets to his own bakery, his mind occupied with what he had just witnessed. 2 shillings was not an enormous sum, but it was not insignificant either, and his savings were modest enough that he would feel its absence. And yet, what else could he have done? Let the man suffer and possibly die simply because his family lacked money? That was not a choice Mr. Wickham could have lived with. When he returned to the bakery, Mrs. Wickham took one look at his face and said, "What happened?" He told her about the sick man, about paying for the doctor, about the family's circumstances. She listened without interrupting, and when he finished she simply nodded. "You did the right thing," she said. "We can't really afford it," he pointed out. "No," she agreed. "But we couldn't afford not to do it either. Some things matter more than money." They returned to their work, the afternoon moving toward evening, but Mr. Wickham found himself thinking about the interconnectedness of neighborhood life, about how needs arose and were sometimes met through the actions of people who happened to be present when help was required. He thought about Mrs. Brennan's situation, about how precarious life was for so many people, one illness away from disaster, one lost week of wages away from eviction. And he thought about his own situation, about the bakery and its modest profits, about the expanding commitment to Mrs. Hartley's mission, about the 2 shillings he had just given to the doctor. Individually, these were small things, drops in a vast ocean of human need. But what else could one person do except respond to the needs that presented themselves, help where help was possible, and trust that others were doing the same? The evening came, and with it the familiar routines of closing the shop, cleaning the bakery, climbing the stairs to their rooms above. They ate their simple supper in thoughtful silence, each occupied with their own reflections on the day's events. Later, as they sat by the fire, Mrs. Wickham spoke. "Do you think Mr. Brennan will recover?" "I don't know," Mr. Wickham admitted. The doctor didn't seem entirely hopeful. "But at least he has a chance now, which he wouldn't have had without treatment." She nodded, accepting this. "You gave him that chance," she said. "That matters, regardless of what happens." They sat in silence for a while longer, watching the fire burn down, each thinking their own thoughts. Eventually they prepared for bed, moving through the familiar routines that marked the end of another day. In a few hours, Mr. Wickham would rise and return to the bakery, and the cycle would begin again. More dough would be mixed, more bread would be baked, more customers would be served. And somewhere in the city, in his rooms above his bookshop, Mr. Thornbury was likely doing much the same. Ending his day, preparing for sleep, perhaps reading a few more pages before extinguishing his lamp. Two men, unknown to each other, pursuing their separate lives in their separate corners of the city, each doing what they could with what they had, each contributing in their small way to the vast, complex tapestry of urban life. The night settled over London, and the city breathed its collective breath, and somewhere in that vast darkness another day was preparing to unfold, bringing with it new challenges and new opportunities for service, new needs to be met and new small acts of kindness to be offered. The work was never finished, but that was perhaps the point. It was in the daily doing, in the constant renewal of effort and care, that meaning was found and purpose sustained. Mr. Wickham slept, and dreamed perhaps of bread rising in the oven, of customers satisfied, of help offered and received. And across the city, Mr. Thornbury slept too, dreaming his own dreams of books and readers and the quiet satisfactions of work done well. And the city held them both, these two ordinary men living their ordinary lives extraordinarily well, doing their work with care and patience and occasional generosity, making their small corners of the world slightly better by their presence. Morning would come, as it always did. The work would resume. And life would continue its ancient patterns, sustained by the daily efforts of ordinary people doing what needed to be done, asking only to be allowed to continue, to serve, to make their modest contributions to the ongoing work of human existence. The following morning arrived with a perceptible change in the weather. The dampness that had been threatening for days had finally manifested as a light snow, not yet heavy enough to accumulate significantly but persistent enough to transform the city's appearance, softening harsh edges and muting the usual clamor of street sounds. The flakes drifted down through the darkness as Mr. Wickham made his way down the stairs to the bakery, settling on his shoulders in the brief moment he stepped outside to check the small yard where coal and wood were stored. The snow added a layer of quiet to the already quiet hours before dawn, creating a sense of insulation from the world beyond the bakery's walls. Inside, the familiar warmth of the oven and the familiar routines of the work provided their customary comfort, and Mr. Wickham moved through his tasks with perhaps slightly more energy than usual, buoyed by the sense that he had done something genuinely helpful the previous day, that his small intervention might have saved a man's life. Mrs. Wickham, when she descended the stairs, paused at the window to look out at the snow. "It's coming down properly now," she observed. "We may have fewer customers today if people decide to stay indoors. Or we may have more," Mr. Wickham suggested, "if people decide they'd rather purchase bread than attempt to bake it themselves in weather like this." As it happened, the morning's trade was neither dramatically increased nor decreased, but rather proceeded much as usual, with the regular customers arriving at their customary times, brushing snow from their shoulders as they entered, their cheeks reddened by the cold. The snow seemed to put people in a particular mood, not quite cheerful but softened somehow, as though the transformation of the familiar streets into something briefly beautiful made them more inclined toward patience and kindness. Among the morning's customers was Mrs. Brennan, who entered with evident hesitation, as though uncertain of her welcome despite Mr. Wickham's words the previous day. She approached the counter where Mrs. Wickham was working and spoke quietly. "I've come for bread," she said, "but I wanted to thank Mr. Wickham again for what he did yesterday. The doctor said if we'd waited much longer, my husband might not have." She stopped, unable to finish the sentence. Mr. Wickham emerged from the back room. "How is he this morning?" he asked. "A bit better," Mrs. Brennan replied. "The medicine the doctor gave him has helped his breathing. He's still very weak, but the doctor said with rest he should improve gradually." "Thanks to you, we have a chance." "I'm glad to hear he's improving," Mr. Wickham said. "Now, what bread can we provide for you today?" They completed the transaction, Mr. Wickham charging her less than he would have charged another customer, though not so much less as to make it obvious charity. Mrs. Brennan understood the gesture without it needing to be spoken of directly, and her gratitude was evident as she departed with her purchase. When she had gone, Mrs. Wickham looked at her husband with an expression that mixed approval with concern. "You can't help everyone who needs help," she said gently. "I know that," he replied. "But I can help the ones who come to my door, if I have the means. Isn't that what we're supposed to do?" She smiled slightly. "Yes," she agreed. "I suppose it is." The morning continued with its steady flow of customers, each one bringing snow into the shop on their clothes and in their hair, each one contributing to the small puddles that formed near the door despite regular mopping. The snow outside was accumulating now, transforming Tanner's Row from its usual drab gray-brown into something approaching prettiness, covering the refuse and the mud and the general shabbiness with a clean white blanket that would last until traffic and coal smoke turned it to slush. Around mid-morning, during a brief lull in customers, Mr. Wickham stood at the shop's entrance looking out at the snow-covered street. He could see other shopkeepers doing the same, pausing in their work to observe this transformation of their familiar neighborhood. There was something about snow in the city that made people stop and look, perhaps because it was a reminder of something beyond the constant press of urban life, a connection to the natural world that the city's density and artificiality usually obscured. His attention was caught by a small commotion several doors down. A child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, had slipped on the snowy cobblestones and fallen. The child was crying, more from shock than injury it appeared, and a woman, not the child's mother, just a passerby, had stopped to help the child up and brush the snow from their clothes. Another pedestrian paused as well, and together they made sure the child was unhurt before sending them on their way with gentle words of encouragement. It was a small moment, insignificant in the larger scope of the city's daily life, but Mr. Wickham found himself moved by it nonetheless. In a place where people often complained about the hardness and indifference of urban existence, here was evidence of casual kindness, of strangers helping a child simply because help was needed. Perhaps, he thought, the city was not quite as harsh as people sometimes claimed, or perhaps it was as harsh as claimed but was also shot through with these small moments of care that made it bearable. He returned to his work, the afternoon bringing its own particular rhythm. The snow had stopped falling by early afternoon, leaving perhaps 2 inches accumulated on every surface, enough to be noticeable but not enough to seriously impede movement or commerce. The streets remained passable, though people walked more carefully, testing each step before committing their full weight. Around 3 o'clock, an unexpected visitor arrived at the bakery, a young woman, perhaps 20 years old, dressed in clothing that suggested she came from a household of some means. She entered with a certain diffidence, looking around the modest shop with an expression that suggested she was not accustomed to establishments of this sort. "Good afternoon," she said when Mr. Wickham emerged from the back room. "I am looking for the bakery that supplies bread to the St. Anne's Mission. I was told this is the place." "It is," Mr. Wickham confirmed, curious about this unexpected inquiry. "Is there a problem with the bread we've been providing?" "Oh no, quite the opposite," the young woman said quickly. "I volunteer at the mission, helping to serve meals, and I wanted to meet the baker whose bread has made such a difference. Mrs. Hartley speaks very highly of you and your generosity in pricing the bread so fairly." Mr. Wickham felt slightly uncomfortable with this praise. "I'm simply providing bread at a reasonable price," he said. "There's no great generosity involved. Mrs. Hartley says you could charge more and that other bakers have quoted higher prices for inferior products," the young woman persisted. "And she says you've agreed to increase the supply even though it must create additional work for you. That seems generous to me." "Well," Mr. Wickham said, unsure how to respond to this, "the bread needs to be baked regardless. It might as well go to people who need it." The young woman smiled. "That's exactly the sort of thing Mrs. Hartley said you would say. She told me you were modest about your contributions." She paused, then continued, "I wanted to ask if you might consider donating a few loaves occasionally, beyond what the mission purchases. There are some families in particularly desperate circumstances, and having a bit of extra bread to give them would help considerably." Mr. Wickham considered this request. He was already providing 90 loaves per week at reduced prices, which represented a significant commitment. Adding donated loaves on top of that would strain his resources further. And yet, when he thought about families in desperate circumstances, about children going hungry, he found he could not simply refuse. "I can provide perhaps 5 loaves per week as donation," he said slowly. "More than that would be difficult to sustain, but 5 is manageable." The young woman's face lit up with genuine pleasure. "That would be wonderful," she said. "Thank you so much. Those 5 loaves could mean the difference between hunger and adequacy for several families." They discussed the practical details of when and how the donated loaves would be collected, and then the young woman departed, thanking him profusely. When she had gone, Mrs. Wickham emerged from the back room where she had been working and gave her husband a long look. 5 loaves per week," she said. "On top of the 90 you're already providing at reduced prices. On top of the bread you give away to customers who can't afford full price. We're going to end up giving away more bread than we sell." "Not quite that much," Mr. Wickham protested, though he acknowledged to himself that she had a point. "But what else can I do when people ask for help and I have the means to provide it?" "You can say no," she suggested, though her tone indicated she knew he would not, and perhaps that she did not truly want him to. "You can recognize that you're not responsible for feeding everyone in London who's hungry." "I'm not trying to feed everyone," he said. "Just the ones who come to my door." "Is that so unreasonable?" She sighed. "It's not unreasonable. It's just. I worry about you. About us. We're not getting younger, and the work is already demanding. Every additional commitment makes it harder. "I know," he acknowledged. "But I'd rather work harder and help people than work less and ignore needs I could address." She looked at him with an expression that mixed exasperation with affection, an expression he had seen many times over their decades together. "You're impossible," she said, but there was fondness in her voice. "Come on, there's work to be done." They returned to their respective tasks, the afternoon moving toward evening. The snow outside was already beginning to show the effects of foot traffic and cart wheels, the pristine whiteness degrading into gray slush in the most traveled areas, though it remained clean and attractive where it had been undisturbed. The light was fading earlier than usual, the snow-filled clouds blocking what little winter sun would normally have penetrated, and Mr. Wickham lit the shop's lamps earlier than he typically would. The last customers of the day trickled in, and among them was a man Mr. Wickham had never seen before, someone from outside the immediate neighborhood judging by his unfamiliarity with the shop. The man purchased 2 loaves and then, as he was about to leave, paused and turned back. "I heard about what you did," he said. "For Tom Brennan. Paying for the doctor." Mr. Wickham was surprised. "News travels quickly," he observed. "In a neighborhood like this, yes," the man agreed. "Tom's my brother-in-law. His wife is my sister. I wanted to thank you. We would have scraped together money for the doctor eventually, but it might have taken too long. You may have saved his life. I hope he continues to improve," Mr. Wickham said, uncomfortable with the praise but moved by the man's evident sincerity. "He is improving, slowly," the man said. "And I want you to know that we will repay you. It may take some time, but we'll repay every penny. There's no rush, Mr. Wickham assured him. "The important thing is that your brother-in-law recovers." The man nodded, thanked him again, and departed. Mr. Wickham stood for a moment after he had gone, reflecting on this unexpected encounter. He had not expected repayment, had not even thought about it as something to be repaid. The help had been offered freely, as help should be offered when one had the means to provide it. But he appreciated the man's intention to repay the debt, understood that it was a matter of dignity and self-respect for the family. The day drew to its close, marked by the familiar routines of shuttering the shop, cleaning the bakery, preparing for the next day's work. Mr. Wickham stood at the door for a moment before bolting it, looking out at Tanner's Row in its evening aspect, transformed by snow into something briefly lovely, the gas lamps creating small pools of warm light against the white ground, the smoke from chimneys rising straight up in the still air. He thought about the day's events, about Mrs. Brennan and her gratitude, about the young woman from the mission, about the brother-in-law's promise to repay. Each interaction had been small in itself, but together they formed a pattern that gave shape and meaning to his work. He was not just baking bread and selling it. He was participating in a community, contributing to a network of mutual support and occasional assistance that made life in this difficult neighborhood slightly more bearable. He bolted the door and turned back to the interior of the bakery, where Mrs. Wickham was completing the last of the cleaning. Together they finished the work, then climbed the stairs to their rooms, their legs heavy with fatigue, their bodies demanding rest after another long day. The evening would bring its familiar comforts, a simple meal, an hour by the fire, and then sleep before the cycle began again. As they sat by their fire later that evening, Mr. Wickham found himself thinking about the larger patterns of his life, about the way individual days and weeks and months accumulated into years and decades, about the way small actions repeated over time could amount to something significant even if each individual action seemed modest or even insignificant. He had been baking bread and selling it from this shop for nearly 40 years. How many loaves had he baked in that time? Tens of thousands certainly, perhaps hundreds of thousands. How many customers had he served? How many small acts of kindness had he offered, extra bread given to those who could not afford full price, advice offered when asked, help provided when needed. Each one had been small, but together they had created something larger, a presence in the neighborhood, a role in the community's life that went beyond simple commerce. And he thought about Mr. Pemberton's visit, about the threat of large commercial bakeries, about the question of whether small operations like his had a future in a changing world. Perhaps they did not. Perhaps eventually the consolidated baking companies would dominate, and small neighborhood bakeries would disappear entirely. But that had not happened yet, and until it did, he would continue doing what he had always done. Baking honest bread, selling it fairly, helping where he could, and trusting that these simple acts had value regardless of what the future might bring. Mrs. Wickham, noticing his contemplative silence, reached over and squeezed his hand. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Just about the work," he said. "About what we've built here over the years. About whether it matters." "Of course it matters," she said firmly. "Look at what happened today. Mrs. Brennan thanking you for saving her husband's life. That young woman from the mission saying your bread makes a difference to desperate families. Tom Brennan's brother-in-law promising to repay what you loaned. How can you doubt that it matters?" "I suppose I can't," he admitted. "It's just, sometimes I wonder if I'm simply clinging to something that's passing away, if I should accept that times are changing and adjust accordingly." "Times are always changing," she said. "That's what times do. But some things remain constant. People need food. Children need to eat. Communities need places where they can gather and be served with respect and fairness. Those needs won't disappear just because large companies start making bread in factories." He nodded, accepting this, drawing comfort from her certainty. They sat in silence for a while longer, watching the fire burn down, each occupied with their own thoughts. Eventually they prepared for bed, moving through the familiar routines, and Mr. Wickham felt sleep approaching with gratitude, for his body was tired and rest was welcome. In a few hours he would rise again and return to the bakery, and the cycle would continue. But for now, there was only the quiet darkness of the bedroom, the warmth of the bed, his wife beside him, and the knowledge that tomorrow would bring another day of work and service, another opportunity to do what he did well, another chance to make his small contribution to the neighborhood's life. He slept, and across the city, in rooms and houses throughout London's vast sprawl, countless others slept as well, each person carrying their own concerns and hopes, each contributing in their own way to the great organism of urban life. The city breathed, the night deepened, and somewhere in the darkness, morning was already preparing to unfold, bringing with it new challenges and new opportunities. And in his rooms above his bookshop on Grape Street, Mr. Thornbury slept too, his day's work completed, his evening's reading finished, his modest life proceeding in its accustomed channels. Tomorrow he would open his shop and serve his customers and maintain his small corner of order and knowledge in the vast chaotic city. Different work from Mr. Wickham's, but animated by similar principles. Honest dealing, patient service, occasional generosity, and the belief that work done well and with care mattered regardless of whether it brought wealth or recognition. Two men, unknown to each other, living parallel lives in parallel corners of the city, each doing what they could with what they had, each making their modest contribution to the daily work of human existence. Neither of them heroic, neither of them remarkable in any obvious sense, but both of them necessary, both of them valuable, both of them part of the fabric that held the city together and made it not just a collection of buildings but a community of people bound together by innumerable small connections and mutual dependencies. The night passed, as nights do, marked only by the church clocks chiming their hours and the slow revolution of the stars behind their veil of cloud. The snow on the ground gradually hardened as the temperature dropped, creating a crust that would make walking treacherous in the morning but that also created a particular beauty in the lamplight, each crystal catching and reflecting the gas flames in tiny points of golden light. And then, gradually, imperceptibly, the darkness began to thin, and another day began its approach, bringing with it all the familiar demands and routines, all the small challenges and occasional satisfactions that made up the substance of daily life. The city began to wake, slowly at first, then with gathering momentum, millions of people rising from their beds and beginning their days, each one contributing their particular thread to the vast, complex tapestry of urban existence. Mr. Wickham's eyes opened at their accustomed hour, and he rose without hesitation, for the work was waiting and the bread needed to be baked. He descended the stairs in darkness, lit his candle, and began the routines that had structured his mornings for decades. The oven needed waking, the dough needed mixing, the work needed doing. And he did it, as he had always done it, with care and patience and skill accumulated over a lifetime of practice. This was his life. This was his work. And however long it continued, whether for months or years or decades, he would do it as well as he was able, serving his customers, helping when he could, maintaining his small corner of order and sustenance in the great chaotic city. That was enough. It had to be enough. It was what he had, and he had learned long ago to be grateful for it. The day began, as days do, with work and purpose and the steady rhythm of familiar routines. And somewhere in that vast awakening city, Mr. Thornbury would soon rise too, and open his shop, and serve his own customers in his own way, adding his particular thread to the great tapestry. The work continued, as it had always continued, and would continue, sustained by the daily efforts of ordinary people doing what needed to be done, asking only to be allowed to continue, to serve, to make their modest contributions to the ongoing life of the city they called home. The days that followed fell into patterns that were both familiar and subtly changed, as days do when small adjustments accumulate into something perceptible. Mr. Wickham woke now at 2:30 rather than 3 o'clock, the additional half-hour necessary to accommodate the increased production for Mrs. Hartley's mission and the donated loaves he had promised. The darkness at that hour was somehow deeper, more complete, and the cold seemed to press more insistently against the windows, but he had adjusted to it as he had adjusted to so many things over the years, accepting the new routine as simply part of what needed to be done. The snow that had fallen persisted for several days, replenished by occasional light flurries that kept the streets covered in white, though the main thoroughfares quickly became rivers of gray slush trampled by the constant traffic of carts and pedestrians. Tanner's Row, being a smaller street with less traffic, retained its snow cover longer, and there was something almost magical about the way the gas lamps illuminated the white ground in the early morning hours when Mr. Wickham opened the bakery door to check the weather or to bring in additional coal from the small yard behind the building. The increased production required careful management of his time and resources. He had to order additional flour, which meant adjusting his accounts to accommodate the increased expense. He had to plan his baking schedule more precisely, ensuring that the mission's bread was ready at the appointed times while still maintaining adequate stock for his regular customers. And he had to manage his own energy, pacing himself through the longer mornings, taking brief rests when he could, accepting that his body no longer recovered as quickly as it once had from the physical demands of the work. Mrs. Wickham, observing these adjustments, said little but helped where she could, taking on additional tasks to ease his burden, working longer hours herself despite her own age and fatigue. They had always been a partnership, but in these weeks that partnership deepened, each compensating for the other's limitations, each supporting the other through the increased demands. The neighborhood seemed to notice the bakery's expanded role in feeding those in need. People commented on it, not with the sort of praise that made Mr. Wickham uncomfortable, but with a kind of quiet approval, a sense that the bakery was doing what neighbors ought to do for each other. Several customers mentioned that they had heard about his help with Tom Brennan's medical expenses, and while he deflected such comments when he could not entirely prevent the gradual accumulation of a reputation for generosity that he had never sought and that made him uneasy. One morning, about a week after the snow had first fallen, a man entered the bakery whom Mr. Wickham recognized as the owner of the small grocery several doors down. They had been neighbors for years, nodding to each other when they passed on the street but rarely engaging in actual conversation. Now the grocer approached the counter with a purposeful air. "I wanted to speak with you about something," he said without preamble. "I've been hearing about the work you're doing with the mission, and about helping families in the neighborhood. It's made me think about what I might do myself. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share any thoughts on how to go about it properly." Mr. Wickham was surprised by this request. "I'm not sure I'm the right person to advise anyone," he said. "I'm just doing what seems right when opportunities present themselves." "That's exactly why I'm asking you," the grocer replied. "You're not doing it for show or because you think you ought to. You're doing it because you see a need and you have the means to help. That seems like the right way to approach it." They talked for some minutes, Mr. Wickham sharing his thoughts about how he determined what help to offer and to whom, about the importance of maintaining people's dignity rather than treating them as objects of charity, about the need to balance generosity with sustainability so that one could continue helping over time rather than exhausting one's resources in a burst of unsustainable giving. The grocer listened attentively, asked thoughtful questions, and eventually departed with evident gratitude for the conversation. After he had gone, Mrs. Wickham emerged from the back room where she had been working. "You're becoming an advisor on charitable giving now?" she asked, though her tone was amused rather than critical. "Apparently," Mr. Wickham said, somewhat bemused by the turn of events. "Though I'm not at all certain I know what I'm doing well enough to advise anyone else." "You know more than you think," she said. "You've been helping people quietly for years. That's worth something." The days accumulated into weeks, and the pattern of the bakery's work became established in its new form. The bread for the mission was baked 3 times weekly, collected promptly by Mrs. Hartley or her assistants, paid for without difficulty. The donated loaves went to families that the mission identified as being in particularly desperate circumstances. The regular customers continued to come for their daily bread, and the small acts of kindness, an extra loaf here, a reduced price there, continued as they always had, small gestures that cost little but that seemed to matter to those who received them. Tom Brennan recovered slowly but steadily, and his brother-in-law began making small payments toward the medical debt, a few shillings at a time, more than Mr. Wickham had expected but accepted because he understood it was important to the man's sense of honor. Mrs. Brennan continued to purchase bread regularly, and her gratitude, though no longer explicitly expressed, was evident in her manner and in the way she spoke to other customers about the quality of the bakery's bread. One afternoon in late January, as the winter seemed to be settling in for a long stay, Mr. Thornbury made an unusual decision. He had been thinking about the bakery he had observed from his shop window, about the woman he had seen standing outside in apparent distress, about the general interconnectedness of neighborhood life. And he decided, on an impulse that was uncharacteristic for him, to walk down to Tanner's Row and see this bakery for himself, perhaps to purchase some bread, though he typically bought his bread from a shop much closer to Grape Street. It was late afternoon when he closed his bookshop slightly earlier than usual and made his way through the winter streets. The walk took perhaps 20 minutes, and he observed as he went the way neighborhoods changed gradually from one to the next, the buildings becoming slightly more shabby, the streets slightly narrower, the people's clothing slightly more worn. By the time he reached Tanner's Row, he was in a part of London he rarely visited, and he felt somewhat out of place in his respectable but clearly professional attire. The bakery was easy to identify by its sign and by the warm light spilling from its windows. Mr. Thornbury paused outside for a moment, observing through the glass a scene of quiet industry, a large man behind the counter serving a customer, a smaller woman visible in the back room through an open doorway. Then he pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a gust of cold air. Mr. Wickham looked up from the transaction he was completing and nodded a greeting. "Good afternoon, sir. What can I provide for you?" "Good afternoon," Mr. Thornbury replied. "I would like to purchase a loaf of bread, please." "Whatever you recommend." "Mr. Wickham studied him for a moment, clearly noting that he was not from the immediate neighborhood, then selected a medium-sized loaf from the shelf and wrapped it with practiced efficiency. "This is fresh from this afternoon's baking," he said. "Still warm, in fact. Will there be anything else?" "No, thank you," Mr. Thornbury said, paying the requested price. Then, on another impulse, he added, "I should mention that I have heard good things about your bakery. People speak well of the quality of your bread." Mr. Wickham looked surprised. "That's kind of you to say. May I ask where you heard such things? You're not from this neighborhood, I think." "No, I'm from Grape Street," Mr. Thornbury replied. "I keep a bookshop there. But word travels, even between neighborhoods, and your reputation has reached me." They talked for a few more minutes, an unexpected conversation between two men who would normally never have encountered each other, two men from different neighborhoods and different trades but who found, in those brief minutes, a kind of recognition in each other. Both were shopkeepers of modest means, both took pride in their work, both tried to serve their customers fairly and with respect. When Mr. Thornbury departed with his wrapped loaf, Mr. Wickham stood for a moment looking after him, bemused by the encounter. It was unusual to have a customer from so far away, unusual to have anyone specifically seek out the bakery based on its reputation. And yet it was also gratifying, evidence that the work he was doing was being noticed and valued beyond his immediate circle of regular customers. Mrs. Wickham had observed the interaction from the back room and now came forward. "Who was that?" she asked. "A bookseller from Grape Street, Mr. Wickham replied. "Said he'd heard good things about our bread." She smiled. "Perhaps you're becoming famous." "I doubt that," he said, but he felt pleased nonetheless. Mr. Thornberry, walking back toward Grape Street through the winter twilight, found himself thinking about the baker he had just met. There had been something solid and reassuring about the man, something that suggested reliability and honest dealing. The bakery itself had been modest, even shabby by some standards, but it had been clean and well maintained, and the bread he carried felt substantial in his hands, the kind of bread that was made properly rather than quickly.